And gentlemen, welcome to today's live commentary of the NASCAR Cup Series Jack Links 500 at Talladega Super Speedway for the next round of the NASCAR Cup Series season. Race number 10 of 2026 as we enter the 2.66 mile bad and beastly Super Speedway, where we're going to see speeds of upwards of nearly 200 miles per hour around this racetrack. Packs of racing all throughout. 500-mile race, one of the longer ones of the season. We don't see many 500-mile races in NASCAR anymore, and nonetheless, we may see a first-time winner this season. We've only had 6 different winners. This is a track that produces first-time winners, whether that would be honestly for the season or maybe even a first career win for somebody in the field today. We've got a couple of newcomers. 3 drivers have never made a start at Talladega in their Cup careers in the field today. We've got a couple of them that haven't raced here in more than one season. And we have, of course, all your Cup Series regulars trying to vouch for the championship and chase hopefuls. Appreciate everybody tuning in here this afternoon. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content. We are live for every NASCAR race, every live commentary stream for NASCAR Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series racing, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. Qualifying rained out yesterday morning, so no cars have been on the racetrack in this series yet this weekend. Practice was not scheduled for this weekend, with it being a super speedway race outside of the season opener Daytona 500 and Speed Week leading up to that race. There's no full practice sessions or any kind of practice session for that matter for the top 3 series in NASCAR. So no practice. Qualifying rained out. And we actually had 41 cars on the entry list for this weekend. Unfortunately, Casey Mears will not make the show, virtue of qualifying getting rained out. Hate to see somebody go home with qualifying getting rained out, not having an opportunity to really try to see how fast their car is to get into the show on time. But we do have a lot of rookies in the field, most of which starting at the back because of the metric system. With qualifying getting rained out, all those open entries will be starting in the last 4 spots. We're on NASCARSporkle.com. We will be doing some NASCAR trivia to kickstart this stream, as we do for every live commentary stream for the NASCAR Cup side, and we're going to do a Talladega-based stream for today. I believe I'm going to do NASCAR Talladega winners, and I want to do it for the top 3 series and not just for the Cup series. And then if we have time for another quiz after that, we will, here we go. NASCAR winners at Talladega. So this is going to be Cup, O'Reilly, and Trucks. 7 minutes, 172. We're going to try to name them all. I'm going to get the chat going on my phone so you can play along. So 2 short quizzes for today on our NASCAR Sporkle Trivia. Get the chat going. There we go. Frank Powers, Bond 1771, Bam Hall, Wade, Robert Goodrich. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Does the big one happen today? That's a good question. It's very hit or miss in the next-gen era at Talladega. I am going to say yes. I think the big one hits today. That's my prediction there. All right, Chase Briscoe won the last race here, so we're going to go Briscoe. Denny Hamlin, former winner. Kyle Busch, former winner. Let's go. I don't know why I'm. Chase Elliott has won here before, and Bill Elliott's going to pop on here with that. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski. Austin Cindric won the spring race last season. 2024, Tyler Reddick. 2024 fall. Oops. Stenhouse. Stenhouse also had a win here in 2017 as well. Kevin Harvick. Former winner McMurray. Jeff Gordon. Stewart in the Busch Series. Earnhardt Jr., Sr. on here a ton. Jimmy Johnson. Clint Boyer. Got Jeb Burton on here twice for the O'Reilly Series. 2021. Won the fall race that year. Or he put Logano. Got to think of the drivers in the field. Chastain won in 2022. 2018 slipping by me. Brian Vickers has won here before. Matt Kenseth. Already put him. Almirola. He won in 2018. And he's also got an O'Reilly win. Already got him. He's not on here. So Richard Petty's got a win. Richard Brickhouse. Phil Parsons. Kenny Schrader. Jimmy Spencer. Ernie Irvin. Sterling Marlin. Mark Martin. Bobby Hamilton. Michael Waltrip. Darrell Waltrip. Cale Yarborough. Bobby Allison. Leroy Yarborough has not won here before. Okay, never mind. 2005. Bubba Wallace. Oh, that's right. And we got Mike Wallace in the Truck Series on here as well. Spencer Boyd won a truck race here. Timothy Peters, Parker Kligerman, Todd Bodine. That was Daytona. Joey Coulter won. Johnny Sauter win here. Jeske, no. Corey Heim. Gio Ruggiero won here last season. Tate Fogelman had a rare truck win. Matt DiBenedetto. O'Reilly, Gregson. Can't spell. Gregson. Sammy Smith. Austin Hill. Jesse Love. Harry Gant. I didn't put him yet. Enfinger. Enfinger's on here a couple times. Allmendinger, yes. AJ's on the list. David Reagan. That's right, he did win at Talladega. Front Row Motorsports. 1998. Missing quite a few O'Reilly drivers. Brett Moffitt. Thanks for that. 2020 is the only truck race I'm missing. I do have Bobby Hamilton already. Edwards is not on here. Huster? No. Sam Mayer? Who's won in O'Reilly 2021? I don't remember, honestly. I was at the Jeb Burton race that year. That was Rain Shorten. Brandon Brown. That's right. Elliott Sadler. He stole one from Brendan Poole that one year. Justin Haley, that's right. Swept in 2020. Yeah, Colleague was pretty good at that time. Why am I missing 1998? Honestly, we need more time. 7 minutes was not a lot of time to do this quiz. Dale Jarrett. His final career win here was in 2005. That's right. I did get the average score. We were very close to not getting the average score on that. Bobby Hillin Jr.'s only cup win came here. Neil Bond and Buddy Baker. Why do I always forget those guys? I forgot the Labonte brothers, Terry and Bobby. Won there in 98. And Terry also won in 89. And not get David Pearson yet. Spencer Gallagher, that's right. He got his only O'Reilly win here. See, I remembered him getting DQ'd after the fact, but that was at the time period where he could still keep the win. But he got stripped of the points and obviously the playoff spot that went along with it. Rafael Lessard was the only truck race driver that I missed. I forgot about Martin Truex Jr. dominating with DEI in the mid-2000s. They were just really quick. Joe Nemechek, Mike McLaughlin, Greg Sachs, Chad Little. Got James Hilton for the Cup Series, Dick Brooks, Dave Marcus, Lenny Pond. All right. You know what? I know I could have done better, but honestly, I think I would have gotten some had I had more time. I think I would have definitely gotten more. 7 minutes is not a lot of time. I noticed when I've done these quizzes before, we just do not have a lot of time to try to do them. I like how Sporkle Bot says 135 was like the average, I guess. I beat the bot. I was smarter than the bot. All right, let's go NASCAR, Talladega, and see what other quiz we can find here, since we're doing 2 short ones today. Go to the second page and see what they have. How about all-time restrictor plate winners? I don't think we've done this quiz. And this counts New Atlanta. NASCAR all-time Cup Series restrictor plate winners. Daytona, Talladega, New Atlanta. And I think this quiz is up to date. 16 minutes. 92. Well, we know the Talladega guys from this last quiz, so we definitely have to get those. Last updated in 2024, so it doesn't look like 2025's on here. This will be our final quiz. I'm just going to update my fantasy team here first before we really get into this. Just to make sure I'm going to get that done in time, because I don't know when it locks. Locks at 3:13, so I would have enough time. But still going to adjust it anyway. Got an interesting lineup that I'm playing here today. This is my go for broke lineup. All right. Lineup is set. We'll try this last quiz. AJ Summers, Jackson Thomas, Hunter, thanks for tuning in. Steve J, welcome to the stream. I don't think I shouted you guys out yet. Thanks for playing along in our NASCAR Sporkle quiz of the week. All right, 16 minutes, 92 drivers have won a Cup Series super speedway race. Let's name them all. Most on here is Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt and Earnhardt Jr. For some reason did not pop up here. Why did Dale Jr. not pop up? Dale Jr. Earnhardt Jr. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't. I didn't get credit for that. Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, the Busch brothers, Kurt Kyle, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, jumping out of order here. That's probably not a good idea. Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe last season. So that's not going to be on here because it was last year. William Byron, Chase and Bill Elliott. Justin Haley, Hahn, Baker, Bonnet, before I forget them. Bobby and Pete Hamilton. AJ Foyt's won a Daytona 500. John Andretti has won a Daytona 500. Fireball Roberts. Sterling Marlin. Ernie Irvan. The Allisons. Kelly Yarborough. Leroy Yarborough. Mark Martin. Jimmy Spencer. Kenny Schrader. I put Skinner on here just because I know he's won some exhibition races. I just wanted to see if that was going to pop up. Brian Vickers. Dale Jarrett. Denny Hamlin. Matt Kenseth. Jamie McMurray. Ryan Newman. I did put him already. Tony Stewart. The Labonte brothers, Terry and Bobby. Bobby Isaac. Joe Weatherly. Marvin Panch. David Pearson. Richard and Lee Petty. Jeff and Ward Burton. Clint Boyer. David Reagan. Trevor Bayne. Greg Biffle. Rickhouse. Yep, Michael McDowell. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So it's not allowing me to put the juniors. So we would have Dale Jr. I believe that's the 10 right here that we're missing. Got Daryl and Michael Waltrip. So we should have Dale Jr. and I should have Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but it's not giving me the juniors for some reason on this quiz. I don't know why. Like, I've tried to spell out just like junior in full. I don't know why I'm not getting credit for that. Usually these quizzes are pretty good with giving those to me. Derek Cope, yes. All right. Got 63 of 92. Because I jumped around, that's really, really not helping me. I should have 65 because of Stenhouse and Dale Jr. Chastain, 2022 at Dega. I wish I had the years in front of me. Wish I had the years and the races. That'd be so much easier. Especially now that I've jumped around. Benny and Phil Parsons. I do have Biffle. I did not say Keselowski yet, did I? I must have. I had to have said Keselowski. Yeah, I did say Brad. I see him on here now. Joe Nemechek is not on here. Harry Gant. He's on here. $69 of $92. 8:25 to go. I do have McMurray. I'm getting stumped. It was a bad idea on my part by just jumping around. Matt Kenseth, I do have him already. I feel like I'm missing somebody ridiculous that I should have had already. That 10 wins is Dale Jr. So trust me, I have him. Stenhouse has 4. Probably 3 on this list. Maybe his 4th one wasn't updated yet. I do have Vickers. Chris Buescher. He's got a Summer Daytona win. I forgot about that. Harrison Burton. I guess I would have gotten him with Jeff and Ward. Suarez, yeah, because it does count Atlanta. That's right. Okay. Of course. I think I've got all the active drivers now. Casey Kane did not win because it's only new Atlanta, not old Atlanta by technicality. Austin Dillon. I did not get all the active drivers yet. My goodness. Summer and a Daytona 500 winner. Got about 5.5 minutes, 72 of 92. Christopher Bell, New Atlanta, but that was last season in the fall. I don't think it's updated yet. Otherwise, yes, he would be on here. Looks like 63 from the Sporkle bot is the average. So we did get above average already. How did I not put Eric Almirola? Oh my gosh. Yeah, 2 times. Eric Jones. Man, I am missing more active drivers than I thought I did. As soon as you said Almirola, I was immediately thought 2018 Talladega. I'm like, oh wait, 2018, that same year Eric Jones got his first career win at Daytona. Summer race. Okay, so now we're at 74 of 92. Our quiz this week, anybody who has ever won a super speedway race, Talladega, Daytona, New Atlanta. I do believe we've gotten all the New Atlanta ones. I do have Allmendinger, yes. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Dale Jr. on this list, but I didn't get credit for him for some reason. So we're counting those. That's why even though it says 72, I'm at 74. And we have 4 minutes left on the clock. He didn't win. Dave Marcus, I didn't put him yet. Okay. Who are some names from the 60s I maybe didn't name? Voigt. I got Weatherly. I got John Andretti. Sorry, not John Andretti. Mario Andretti. Pearson. Petty. P. Hamilton. Leroy Yarborough. I got Fireball Roberts. Benny Parsons. Steve Park did not win a super speedway race. Yeah, Bobby Hillin. He was on the last Talladega. Oh, it doesn't count the juniors. I did put him though. We just got him. We're gonna count him. Yeah, for some reason, if they've got a junior in their name, it's not giving it to us in this quiz for some reason. I wonder if I have to spell it out entirely. Bobby Hillin Jr. Yeah, I don't know why it's not. So that's 3. That's 3 extra we should have. We should be at 76 of 92. I put Ernie Irvan? Yeah, I did. Talladega in the 90s was wild. I got Schrader. I got Spencer. Earnhardt. The Labanis. I do have Trevor Bayne. Ron Bouchard. He was on the last one for Talladega. That's right. There's so many we're missing still, though. Still missing 15 names. There's going to be some big ones on here. Who was on the Talladega list we just did? That was across all 3 series, but there were some cup names I missed. I got some of them. I don't think I got them all, though. I did put the Bakers, right? Yeah. Neil Bonnet. Dick Brooks. Okay. 78 of 92. I think I have everybody who's raced in my lifetime. I say that now. I might have missed one. Got 24 seconds. Think of another. I don't know. See, Summer Daytona. I've probably forgotten about some. Yeah. All right, let's see. Fred Lorenzen. Oh, man, I was on the right track thinking of names from the 60s. I thought I got them all that I was thinking of, and I did not. Because he's a former Daytona 500 winner. I do believe that the only Daytona 500 winner that I missed was Fred Lorenzen. Dale Jr. we would have gotten. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. we did get. And Bobby Hillin Jr. we got. So we did get 78 of 92. The 14 that we missed were Fred Lorenzen, Charlie Glotzback, Greg Sachs was Talladega, Jeff Bodine. Dang. Now that's another Daytona 500 winner. So I forgot 2 Daytona 500 winners, Jeff Bodine and Fred Lorenzen. James Hilton, that was Talladega. Greg Sachs was Talladega. Yeah, we just missed those. Earl Balmer, Sam McQuaig, Paul Goldsmith, Daryl Derringer. So these are probably like summer Daytona then, because they weren't on the Talladega list. Tiny Lund, Johnny Rutherford, Bob Wilborn, Tim Richmond. All right. So a lot of summer Daytona races from the 70s and 80s I missed. I can deal with that. Average score 83%, and we got an 82. Really, we got a little bit higher than 82 because we would have had 3 extra correct that we didn't get credit for. So 2 quizzes for today with NASCAR Sporkle Trivia in the books. Time to highlight the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com or the NASCAR mobile app. You can play in our league. KRC League is the name of the league. Fantasy Live. Right here on the left side of the tab. And obviously this week is Talladega. And on my team, I've got Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Carson Hocevar, Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, and Joey Logano. Kind of a hodgepodge group of drivers. I'm taking Brad Keselowski for the win. He does have 2 Talladega next-gen runner-ups. He has 6 wins here at Talladega, all of which coming with the Gen 6 car. 5 of which come with the Gen 6 car. His first career win was actually Car of Tomorrow back in 2009 with the 09. But yeah, he is a great super speedway racer. He's finished runner-up 3 times since his most recent win here in 2021. So I feel really good about Brad Keselowski being fast. And if we go back to Daytona, we'll skip Atlanta. We'll go back to the actual traditional super speedway. The only one we had this season was Daytona. And the RFK Fords throughout Speed Week, in my personal opinion, were the fastest cars. They were the fastest group of cars. They dominated their duel by far. They didn't get the track position a whole lot in the Daytona 500, but when they did, they were up towards the front a ton, and they were able to control a pack. And I think if we see all 3 cars, Keselowski, Buescher, Preece, up there at some point in time, they can take control. Brad's the best of the bunch. I could have put Buescher and Preece in my lineup. I thought about it. I went William Byron because I haven't used him much this year. He scored more stage points than any other driver on the super speedways. So I threw him in here. Kyle Larson's right up there with him with stage points on the super speedways, but I only have 4 usages left, so I don't want to use him on a super speedway. Carson Hocevar, he finished 6th in both Talladega races last season, scored a decent amount of stage points. Chase Elliott's another guy who just scores a lot of stage points here. And we know the Penske cars are going to be fast, Cindric and Logano. The only thing that scares me with Logano is the fact that he hasn't had great finishes at Talladega in recent years, despite leading laps and getting the stage points. And Cindric at least did win the spring race last season. He's won a couple of stages as well. Didn't want to play Ryan Blaney as that other Penske car like I usually do on the super speedways because I have used him at other tracks already this season, and because he's pretty fast almost everywhere we go, I want to save him. Head-to-head picks for this week, Tyler Reddick versus Ryan Blaney. I do have Blaney to finish better. I have Preece over Suarez with the RFK Ford. Austin Cindric over Logano, as I just mentioned. I do think Cindric's a slightly safer pick than Joey Logano, just because Logano hasn't had the finishes in recent years at Talladega that Cindric has, but they both score a lot of stage points and lead laps. Bubba Wallace over Chris Buescher was tough. Wallace has led a lot of laps on super speedways in the next-gen car, so going with him, he kind of like Logano at Talladega, fails to make it to the end a lot, but when he does make it to the end, he does get really good and solid finishes. So went with Bubba, but that's definitely a coin flip between those two. Really, because it is a super speedway, it could be a coin flip between each and every one of those picks, more so than most weeks. So that is my team. And then on the league so far this season, remember we crowned 2 champions. We got a regular season champ and we've got a playoff champ. Regular season, we've got Track Squirrel with 21.63 sitting atop the leaderboard. Hercules Harrigan 21.39 sitting in second. Freaky Fast 4 with 20.75 in third. Monster Jam X10 with 20.63 in fourth. Troy the Great 20.27 rounds out the top 5 in fifth. So Track Squirrel leading the points. I'm sitting in 8th with 2003 right now, so still pretty tight. And obviously, this is a week that could shake the points up a ton. Race number 10 of 26 in the regular season. Lone Wolf on Wheels, thanks for tuning in. What channel's the race on? Local Fox, so Big Fox. Local Fox affiliate for today's race. The Ghost, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for playing along. Doom and Do, welcome to the stream. Jerry Marty, thanks for playing in the trivia. Jason Butts, thanks for tuning in. All right, we got about 50 people concurrently watching. Thanks for everybody tuning in. We got 32 likes on the stream so far. Our goal is to get to 150 for the Cup Series live commentary streams. We did not get there for the first time last week at Kansas. Hopefully we can get there this week. All right. Get the broadcast going on my phone now, because we should be very, very close to the drop of the green flag for today's race, and we will have to go through the starting lineup. All right, so let's go through the starting lineup for today's Jack Links 500 at Talladega. Tyler Reddick going to be starting on the pole yet again. He has led laps in 5 of 9 races this year. Those same 5 races he's been able to get the win. If he leads out of the rip from starting on the pole today, maybe he wins. He is a former Talladega winner in the spring race here in 2024. Kyle Larson was the runner-up in the spring race last season. He starts outside of row 1, looking for his first super speedway win. In row number 2 will be Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace, 2 former Talladega winners. Wallace in 2021 in the fall, and Denny Hamlin the year before in the 2020 fall race. Chase Briscoe last fall won here at Talladega, and Brad Keselowski, a 6-time winner in row number 3. Row number 4 will be Chase Elliott, a 2-time winner, and William Byron still looking for his first Talladega victory. Ty Gibbs and Chris Buescher will line up in row number 5. Ty Gibbs comes in with 7 straight top 10s in 7 straight weeks entering this weekend, and Chris Buescher, a super speedway winner at Daytona in the summer race a couple years ago, but he has yet to win at Dega. Ryan Preece, Carson Hocevar lining up in row 6. Hocevar finished 6th in both races here a season ago. Preece finished 2nd across the line, had a DQ, ended up at the back, but was very, very quick, and we should see speed out of him again today. In row number 7 will be Austin Cindric, last year's spring race winner of this very event, and Christopher Bell, who got his first win at Atlanta on a super speedway last season. We'll see if he can get a win here this year as well on a super speedway, maybe today at Talladega for the first time. Ryan Blaney and Daniel Suarez will line up in row number 8. Blaney, a 3-time Talladega winner. Suarez looking for his first. Suarez does have 4 top 10s in the next-gen era here. Riley Herbst and Austin Dillon will line up in row number 9. Dillon, not a former winner, but he has been a runner-up. That was in 2022. Todd Gillen, runner-up last fall, will line up in the inside of row number 10. Alex Bowman was a runner-up here also in 2019. Eric Jones, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 2-time winner at Talladega, will line up in row number 11. Row 12 for John Henry Nemechek and the 2022 spring race winner, Ross Chastain. Joey Logano, another 3-time Talladega winner in the field alongside Josh Berry. Cole Custer and A.J. Allmendinger in row 14. Zane Smith and Michael McDowell in row 15, both former pole sitters. Last year, Zane Smith on the pole for this race. Michael McDowell, a three-time Dega pole sitter. Rookie Connor Zilic and his teammate Shane Van Gisbergen in row number 17. I skipped that, actually. Noah Gregson and Zane Smith were in the same row, row 15. Then row 16 was Michael McDowell, Connor Zilic. Sorry, I bypassed a driver there. Then you got Shane Van Gisbergen and another two-time winner at Talladega, Kyle Busch. Ty Dillon, Cody Ware, row 18. Row 19 will be Jesse Love making his Talladega debut in his 7th career Cup start. Chad Fincham to the outside of that row, making his first Cup start at Talladega. Joey Gase making his 10th start here first since 2021. And Daniel Dye making his NASCAR Cup Series debut in row 20. Full 40-car field. One car did not make the show. Qualifying rained out yesterday. Unfortunately, Casey Mears was the driver who did not get to qualify. And because of where he was in the owner's points, virtue of those other 4 teams, they were not able to get Casey Mears in the show this weekend, and they did have to pack up early. I hate to see teams having to go home early, especially when they don't get a chance to actually show what kind of speed they have for the weekend. But needless to say, full 40-car field out of the 41 entries that we originally had for this weekend. Our scheduled distance, 500 miles, 188 laps, a very long opening stage of 98 laps today, and then we will have sprints in stages 2 and 3. Fuel window is 42 to 50 laps, so they will have to pit at least one time in this first stage, and you're going to split it right about in half if we do stay caution-free. And in the event of any cautions coming out, maybe late in the stages, stage 2 or even stage 1 for that matter, maybe you could make it on fuel all the way to the end of the next stage if we get a late restart. So we could see some pit strategy. With that being said, at that various point, but that would really be about the only time because of how short stages 2 and 3 are, with the fuel window 42 to 50 green flag laps, and the fact that those stages are both 45 laps each. They shouldn't have to pit. Unless we have a ton of overtimes in stage 3, then fuel may be an issue still, but that would be the only way. Wayne Martin, thanks for tuning in. Tim Fowler, I don't know if I shouted you out as well. Thank you for watching. Dean Tate, howdy. Welcome. It's Talladega. 79 degrees ambient temperature. No rain in the forecast today. Great to see after qualifying rained out in the morning yesterday. We did get the full ARCA and O'Reilly races in yesterday as well in the afternoon. Partly cloudy skies. Mild winds at 7 miles per hour out of the northeast. Track temp at 93 degrees for the start of today's race. All right. Waiting to get things underway. That crowd on hand at the Talladega Superspeedway, on their feet, awaiting the drop of the green flag in this year's Jack Links 500. Got some safety equipment on the racetrack still, so adding at least another lap of pacing first.
Defending champion Larson. He's coming up on a year, so a lot of big streaks that could come to an end today. Kyle has always had trouble on these super speedways. They give him fits. He's always right there, finished second here before, but just hasn't punched and got that win, off his back. First time, it can happen right here today, starting up front. And those aren't the drivers that could win. That list is a whole lot longer. Those are drivers that expect to win. Now, there are track trucks out near the entrance of pit road, and they are looking for weepers up through the asphalt from overnight rain. So a little bit of sweep up being done there to make sure that entry and that road is dry. Very important because it affected this race a year ago. Shane Van Gisbergen, you saw on the left side, Scott, on a weeper right there on that yellow. And as soon as he hit that water, the car spun sideways. brought out a caution. You can see it right there. It's the water spray. Yeah, and it gets in those seams on the racetrack. It just kind of builds up, and then as the moisture or the temperature comes up, the moisture starts to push out from underneath that asphalt. You see exactly what you have right there. So you have to be aware of where those are to make sure that you don't get in them. All right, we got a couple of pre-race pep talks. You see some of the weepers there up through those seams in the asphalt. Down, that's off the racing surface, what you just showed. We have Brad Keselowski and William Byron. I never like to absolutely 100% depend on a spotter, but they have to lean on that spotter a lot today. Let's hear what William Byron has to say. This is hard to do. Communication, listening to that spotter, believing in him, trust, being very decisive and precise. When he says clear, you have to do it immediately because that hole will dry up. Here we go. God, I love this place, Kevin.
All right, crowd on their feet, and we are getting ready for the drop of the green flag for today's Talladega Spring NASCAR Cup Series race, the Jack Links 500. Tyler Reddick trying to go for his fifth win, actually sixth win of the season, believe it or not, here in just race number 10. He's on the outside of row number 1. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Field rushes into turn number 1. Kyle Larson with the advantage on the inside. Shoved from behind by his buddy Denny Hamlin in the 11. And Larson will lead the pack down the back straightaway as they work their way off turn 2. Quickly moves up in front of Tyler Reddick in the 45. Third lane out near the back already starting to form. Got about 4 cars up there. We'll see if any more will join as they still continue to build speed for the first time at the end of turn number 3. Denny Hamlin will head the front of the field now in the Toyota. Toyotas have dominated this season, and they actually dominated Stage 3 in the laps led department in the Daytona 500 back in February. And as we kickstart the race here today, it'll be Denny Hamlin leading lap number 1. His teammate Chase Briscoe in second. Kyle Larson third, William Byron for Hendrick Motorsports in fourth. Few more cars on the outside of 3 wide starting to form, now led by Austin Dillon in the 3 car. Just outside of the top 10 is where they run right now, right around 12th. But they are building steam towards the front of the pack. And Austin Dillon's got a huge head of steam. Maybe a little bit of fuel-saving measures going on as of right now, leading for that outside lane to catch up as quickly as they are. And I could tell that they're running part throttle already because that last lap, second lap of the race, at 52.264 for our leader Denny Hamlin. Austin Dillon ran a 51.356 on the high side, leading his line as that was about 9/10 of a second faster than the leader. Now Briscoe will push Denny Hamlin forward, knowing, hey, we got to get the speed up going. We got cars looking to pass us. Briscoe now up in front of Larson in that second groove. Will get by Denny Hamlin in the 11. He's clear of the pack for right now until Austin Dillon gets another push down the back straightaway, and Dillon now out in front into turn 3. Ross Chastain, another Chevy, pushing Austin Dillon in the 3. And the entire field is 3 abreast now on lap 3 of a 500-mile, 188-lap race. Through the tri-oval, tough to tell who led that time at the start-finish line, and that's because Austin Dillon led the lap by just 1/1000th of a second over Denny Hamlin. And Chase Briscoe in the midst of that was about 100th of a second back in third. Since Austin Dillon has gotten to the outside, the pace has quickened a little bit. 51.625 was the lap time by Dillon that last time by. Lap times for the O'Reilly Series cars when they were at the finishing portion of that race yesterday when they had all made their final green flag pit stops in stage 3 were running lap times in the 52nd lap barrier, and at times you'd see lap times in the 49s. So the fact that these Cup cars are in the 51s right now does tell me they are off of their full speed pace. Because we're probably going to see some lap times in the 49s pretty consistently once they do get to a full speed, even around as big of a track as it is. Briscoe, Austin Dillon dropping back in lap time even more so that next lap, and they're back in the 52s. I think they just spotlighted Austin Dillon was going 182 miles per hour down the back straightaway, leading his line. The RCR cars split up just a little bit. You got Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon on the top, but it's Ross Chastain in the middle between the two. If we look at the NASCAR Cup Series point standings, those three drivers are outside of the chase cut line. Top 16 in points alone will make the chase at the end of the 26-race regular season. I've got the top 20 in points scrolling across the top of the screen. You're not going to find either Chastain. Well, Chastain's going to be at the tail end of that because he is in 20th in points. But then you got Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon, 25th, 27th right now. Austin Dillon 25th, Kyle Busch 27th in points. They need to get going. They need a good day here today at Talladega. They need to have hopefully a race win to help them out a ton because we know how many points is worth winning a race. And if they can score a lot of stage points, they can get a lot of those points back here today. Not going to bail them out completely. They're still going to have to perform well at other styles of racetracks, but it could be a step in the right direction. And if they could break through into victory lane, momentum is a real thing in sports. Even motorsports, we've seen that even in as many as recent weeks, like Ty Gibbs clicking away those top 10 finishes, riding the best momentum he's had in his NASCAR Cup career, led into his first career win at Bristol just 2 races ago. Back that up with another top 10 and 9th place finish last week, and here's Gibbs up inside the top 5 now, challenging for about 3rd place in that number 54 Toyota Camry. Gibbs on the inside line right behind Denny Hamlin. JGR 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field. Briscoe up in front of Austin Dillon on the very high lane of the racetrack. The telemetry Fox is showing Austin Dillon was running about anywhere between 50 to 70% throttle, leading his line down the backstretch. The pace has slowed even more. Now it's 53.426. And if you're wondering why they're saving fuel with the stage splits the way they are, that is so they can take less fuel at the end of stage number 1. Stages 2 and 3, they will not have to pit for fuel and tire purposes, but they still might try to set each other up for that final stop at the stage break at the end of stage 2. So I'm not going to even doubt the fact that these teams might still try to save some gas, potentially. Be sacrificing some stage points perhaps in doing so, but we will be guaranteed green flag pit stops at least once today. With how long this first stage is, it should just be the one stop, especially with the fuel saving measures going on at the moment. Who's going to be able to save the most? And we saw the Toyotas, it backfired on him in the Daytona 500, minus Tyler Reddick, who ended up winning the race, but he didn't pit with the other Toyotas. It was the JGR cars of Bubba Wallace that were dominating in the laps led in that race in stage 3, but because they were leading the lines, they couldn't save as much fuel and end up faltering further back in the pack once everybody stopped because they had to take more fuel in their pits. So while they're running partial throttle, they're not going to be able to save as much as those behind them. All right, side-by-side commercial break on Fox. We'll go through the full field running order as we complete lap number 10 at Talladega. Chase Briscoe leads, Denny Hamlin in second, Cody Ware is up to third. Actually, just changed at the start-finish line, so let me re-update that running order. Denny Hamlin leads, Chase Briscoe second, Ty Gibbs third, then Cody Ware in fourth, Chad Fincham up to fifth. Sixth is Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson in seventh, Ross Chastain eighth, William Byron ninth, and Austin Cindric in 10th. 11th is Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney in 12th, John Hunter Nemechek 13th, Ty Dillon 14th, and Eric Jones 15th. 16th is Ryan Preece and Tyler Reddick 17th. After starting on the pole, he's dropped back quite a bit. Brad Keselowski in 18th, Joey Logano 19th, Christopher Bell 20th, Noah Gragson in 21st, Riley Herbst 22nd, Josh Berry 23rd, Zane Smith 24th, AJ Allmendinger in 25th, 26th is Bubba Wallace, 27th is Jesse Love, Chase Elliott in 28th, Chris Buescher 29th, Carson Hocevar 30th, Daniel Dye 31st, Daniel Suarez 32nd, Joey Gase 33rd, Alex Bowman 34th, Todd Gillen 35th, Shane Van Gisbergen at 36th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 37th, 38th Cole Custer, Connor Zilic 39th, and Michael McDowell in 40th. So that will round out our full 40-car field. And we'll take our first break of the stream. You're listening live on KRC. Full flag-to-flag coverage of today's race continues. Kyle Riker, Earl Arnold Jr., Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning in. JoJo, welcome to the stream as well. Emo Gene Blevins, thanks for tuning in. Yes, go Blaney. We got the usual Blaney getup for us all here. Normally stage 2 is around halfway. Yeah, most of these races, either that or they're evenly split into thirds for the most part, but usually the super speedways are split into thirds. But NASCAR changing things up on us. Announced a couple weeks ago that they were going to change the staging order here at Talladega. And how about a good sponsorship opportunity for the 66 MBM Motorsports Business Management Team, driven by Chad Fincham, now leads at Talladega. And that is all by way of everybody else saving fuel. He decided to drive to the front. Here he is leading for the first time. 7 lead changes in the first 12 laps of the race. With a very long first stage with the fuel saving going on, I'm very curious to see how many lead changes we're going to get today. Will this be in the ballpark of the 90-plus to break the all-time NASCAR record for most in a single race, which came at Talladega in the tandem racing era back in 2011? So I think the record-breaking race was 2010. They had quite a few through 2011 as well. They're on pace. It's very early in the race, but they are on pace. Got 12 former Talladega race winners in the field today. I'm not sure exactly where that ranks as far as most all-time in a single Talladega Cup race, but we have a plethora of drivers who have been able to win here before in the field. Many of those drivers have won here numerous times. Very few of that list of 12 have actually only won here once. But of the drivers up at the front of the field right now, while we have a mix of those that haven't won here before, the top 3, Briscoe, Hamlin, Cindric, all have wins at Talladega. And in fact, 2 of those drivers, Cindric and Briscoe, won here as recently as last season. Showing a replay of how Denny Hamlin ended up losing the race last weekend. Caution coming out as he was going to be taking the white up out of turn 4. It was the only caution for incident the entire race, too, was on the second to last lap of the race. Somewhat similar to the O'Reilly Series race yesterday, in which we saw a caution on lap 1 down the back straightaway. Obviously outside of the 2 stage yellows, which then proceeded at lap 25 and lap number 50, that we didn't have another crash until the very final lap of the race. So you had a caution on lap 1, a caution for incident on lap 113 out of 113, and that was it. Race ended under yellow. Corey Day got his first career O'Reilly Series victory. So we've already seen a first-time winner not once but twice this weekend. Because even in the ARCA race yesterday, we saw a first-time winner as well. Andy Jankowiak was able to get the victory on a last-lap pass. Corey Day, last-lap pass for his first career win. Does that happen 3 days in a row where we see not only a last lap pass for the victory, but will it be somebody who has never won in this series before?
Drivers can be frustrating when you know you have a race car and you look around and there's nowhere to go and your options, and especially with this car, when everything gets packed up and you're at the back of the field like Bubba is right now. At some point, you're gonna have to play that track position game and get yourself towards the front of this pack. You've got a breakaway. 8 cars at the front of the field have taken off. Single file. They've separated into 2 packs.
All right, side-by-side commercial break on Fox yet again. We'll run through the top 10. Chad Fincham is your race leader, believe it or not. Denny Hamlin in second. Chase Briscoe third. Ty Gibbs fourth. John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top 5 in fifth. A lot of Toyotas up there yet again, but it is a Ford leading the way. Cody Ware in sixth. The 2 RCR boys, Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon, 7th and 8th. Ryan Blaney ninth. Ross Chastain rounds out the top 10. 17 laps in. We'll take another break. You're listening live. KRC full flag-to-flag coverage at Talladega continues. Long ways to go in a very long race. Right around 16 minutes in. Caution free. 18 laps completed. Cool how Fox has been doing a lot of side-by-side commercials during the green flag action of races, and I've noticed all the races on Big Fox, local Fox affiliate, that has been the case for every commercial break that they've taken place by way of side-by-side ads, so great to see. We had actually seen that for the first time with the NBC Super Speedway races 2 years ago, and finally coming around to this as well. I believe Amazon Prime Video did that for all of their commercials during green flag action, were side-by-side. Seeing the trend picking up with Fox's broadcast. This is the last race as well on your local Fox affiliate. The rest of the Fox races this season will be on Fox Sports 1, and that's only going to be the next few races before Prime Video takes over with the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte on Memorial Day weekend. That'll be their first of 5 consecutive races. With qualifying being rained out in the first laps on the racetrack, nobody's had any kind of mechanical issues in the first few laps, so that's good that everybody's been able to have a clean start to this race 20 laps in. See that creep up from time to time when there is no practice. Even in recent years on the super speedways when practice has been abolished.
Everything, but that's the part that I was excited about for today. We were like, oh man, now we're gonna see what we saw before, and then all of a sudden, these 7 or 8 cars out front that decided to pick up the pace, they have forced the whole field now to pick up the pace, and all that fuel saving is out the window. Let's check with Riga.
Well, Mike, to you guys' point, I don't remember a race that I've had more conversation with crew chiefs about having to be fluid today, having to change plans, adjust midstream as they go. One of those, Ryan Priest's crew chief Derek Finley, he told me today we may have to be more reactive than we've ever been before. Take a listen to this radio. His plans may be getting ready to change. Certainly got the right sponsor. If you're going to try to sneak up on its competition, building submarines. Submarines.com, Cam, on board.
I can tell you this. I know they're talking about not wanting to do anything different, but fact of the matter is they are doing something different to keep up with that front pack because they picked up 3 seconds.
I think they're forcing their hand, right?
Yeah.
17th to 22nd is where most of those sports are. Let's go up front to Denny Hamlin and listen in on his radio. Connect on exit. It help back in point getting square connected on exit. You know, guys, I've been doing this broadcasting 26 years and in 18 years as a crew chief. I have never, Regan Smith, seen a playbook this big for a 500-mile race. But to Regan's point, I talked to Alan Gustafson, Chase Elliott's crew chief, the winningest crew chief active in the garage area. He said, Larry, everybody in here came here with a plan. We have no idea if our plan's right, but we have to be smart enough to adjust based on the competition. Well, that's what's fun about it is, you're trying to outfox the competitors, and those competitors are usually manufacturers, and then within your own walls that's your organization, whether it be Gibbs or 2311, they're united. Hendrick, Penske.
Well, the cool part about it to me, Clint, is that they made this stage so weird, and now everybody's got these different theories, and you see all these different things that are going to play out down the road. So I love that.
There's a different theory from that Rockstar Drink Cam on more time credit. He started on pole. He has made it back to 37th place, but he has the Xfinity fastest lap of the race, 192.3. The question right now is when will they pit, and how long will they have to be stopped for?
Yeah, Fox definitely front loading the commercials today, I believe. I feel like they've only been back from commercial for like 5 laps or so. Our raw feed, by the way, did just stall out a few minutes ago. We're actually on lap 26 now, and it was still showing lap 19. So let me refresh. And there we go. Not a lot of change in the leaderboard, at least at the very front portion of the field. Got a couple different packs of race cars right now. The lead pack, made up of the top 7, is led by Denny Hamlin, with Chase Briscoe in second, Ty Gibbs third, John Hunter Nemechek in fourth, Cody Ware in fifth, and Kyle Busch is in sixth place. Seventh is Austin Dillon. Leading the second group of cars is Ty Dillon, followed by his teammate A.J. Allmendinger and Josh Berry. That rounds out the top 10. And we have seen a lot of those drivers up inside those top 10 positions. Started deep in the field. Cody Ware, Kyle Busch. Both started outside of the top 30. Ty Dillon as well, also in the top 10, started outside the top 30. Allmendinger up 19 spots. Josh Berry up 16. Chad Fincham up 11. Taking advantage of those early laps when drivers were saving fuel, get the track position, and go. Lap times are getting closer to that 59-second lap barrier right now. Denny Hamlin just put down a 50.018 as the leader. Same lap time for Chase Briscoe. That was their fastest laps of the race. So lap 25 was the fastest lap of the race for each of the top 7, which is that lead pack. The split between themselves and Ty Dillon, the two Dillon brothers, are separated by about 9/10 of a second. Nose to tail. Dillon's about 1.7 seconds off of the race lead entirely. There's some 2x2 racing still going on in that second pack. Not staying very organized. Briscoe pushing Denny Hamlin at the front of that lead line. As they continuously try to keep their speed up. Got 70 laps to go yet in stage one, 160 laps to go entirely in today's race. Looks like Ty Dillon was a couple tenths of a second faster than the lead pack in that second group of cars because they were 1.7 seconds out of the lead 2 laps ago, and that last time by they were a second and a half back. So maybe close enough to still kind of catch that draft off of the back of the lead cars in front of them. Just trying to build a run and get close.
But they're out back while the right up front. Jerry, my home on Friday. It's manufacturers, or even in this first stage, they need chips. Regan? Well, Mike, one strategy that I know that a team or a crew chief doesn't ever want to hear is what's going on with the 45 of Tyler Reddick right now. Just a few laps ago. Take a listen to what he radioed to the team as the pace started to pick up. Howard.
It's always weird when the cars are spread apart like this, and then you get some spacing, and then you get somebody behind you and you pull up, and I don't know, Clint. I think a lot of that is probably just the way that the wind is buffeting around in the scenario that we're in right now, because the pace is actually up pretty high as we ride on board our Toyota racing cam right here with Riley Herbst. So you see Reddick back there.
But listen to the pitch of that car. And you hear that and you get used to that pitch. And when the air's moving around and those runs are coming at you in a different way, that scenario you were talking about, that pitch changes. And when you hear that, you think immediately something's wrong with this engine.
And I always told him my engine ran bad anyway. Well, I wanted a better engine.
Okay.
I had to keep them on their toes, Mike.
We'll get the green.
Yeah, keep them working. So my engine was terrible.
You must have been such a treat to drive.
Well,
Fire pit cruise engine.
we gotta keep everything high level.
Hey, it worked. They started fly games tonight. The John Hunter Nemechek 23rd. Notes before Toyota's out front. Then the Chevys. Cody Ware, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, and Ty Dillon and A.J. Allmendinger. Recall there's 5 Chevys in a row behind them. Oh, there's a gap that second group is trying to fill right now.
Yeah, and when you get those, let's see, there's 7 cars in that front group. 7, 8, 9 cars right around there is about where you can optimize the cars being able to have the maximum speed where you don't have that accordion effect. So that first group's got a nice number of cars in it to be able to do that.
You start seeing them pit crews get up, get stretched, get their helmets on and on the ready. It tells me action's fixing to pick up on pit road. Some of them.
And let's face it, and we've talked about this with Ryan Blaney's team and so many other teams as we've gone through the first part of the season. Today, I mean, there's a great possibility that this whole first stage runs green. So you make a mistake on pit road, you're going to put yourself in big trouble as you go through the rest of the day.
Boy, when these cars are out in the warning, covering a football field a second, any miscue on pit road can take you out of that front pack and push you all the way to the back. Ryan Blaney in 12th place. Here are his Chipotle real results at Talladega. It's been his best track for wins. He has a total of 5 career drafting track wins. And this is his 300th start for Roger Penske. So, Larry, as I'm watching us pit crews, some of them, not all of them, starting to get ready, right, get themselves prepared here. 32 laps, 33 laps into this race. There's a couple of different scenarios, obviously. Yeah, there he is, because you've got a 14-gallon dump can, and it takes about 6 to 7 seconds to empty that can. Now, 98 laps is basically 2 full loads of fuel. You would think most people will go ahead and do 4 tires if you weren't stopping it. I even had some crew chiefs tell me I may not do that. I may want to shorten up my stop by pulling my car closer to the wall and not worry about left side tires. Once again, the playbook is huge and do just 2 tires. Wasn't it Mike Tyson who said everybody's got a great plan until you get punched in the face? Yeah. And you see a hand on that 6-car Keselowski. Yeah, and I think those guys are just trying to get themselves together, and they're making space for the cars to get down, and you see all those Fords lined up right there. So this is going to become a different game as we start to get ready to get to pit road as to who wants to pit with who and all the things that you want to do from that side of things to strategize and get to pit road with the right cars. Well, and to get to the bottom of the racetrack, you've got to start navigating down so you can even make that stop. I've seen a lot of problems, especially with no practice, no entrance to pit road, all the things that you work on a normal weekend. These guys haven't even been in these cars. And we talked about that water earlier. As you get to pit road, you got to make sure that you don't get in those seams and do what SVG did in the fall race here, and Zane Smith off of pit road spin out. So you got to be on your toes. Get to pit road when you.
All right, second group of cars has caught the first group for the most part, mostly double wide. Outside of the, let's see where Ryan Blaney's at, the positioning order. Blaney's in 12th, so about 13th on back. In the lead pack is double wide. And that goes all the way through the rest of the field, minus Joey Gase, who's 33 seconds off of the race lead. He was not able to keep up with the lead draft when we got started because of the fuel-saving measures that were going on at the very beginning. He is still on the lead lap, but would probably not finish the stage on the lead lap if we stay green. Also, if there are any green flag pit stops in this race, because of how long this first stage is, it's going to be less amount of time to try to race your way into a free pass position with not as many caution opportunities as we're going to be past halfway at the end of stage 1. So that could end your race, potentially, when you consider the fact that all 40 of these drivers pretty much have an equal shot of winning when you go to a super speedway race like Talladega. Or as equal of a shot here compared to any other racetrack. Process of elimination, crashes, penalties. Going to take you out of a chance to win much earlier, especially with the new stage splits. Lap 38 this time by. We're going to have about 60 laps to go in stage 1. Still 151 laps to go total in the race today. Over a half hour in. Merc88, thanks for tuning in. Shahir Gaming, thanks for tuning in as well. I do speak. Yes, I do speak. I'll play the audio of the broadcast every once in a while, and I'll speak on top of that from time to time as well. Ray Sparky, thanks for tuning in. Denny Hamlin, number 11, can he stay out of trouble today? Yeah, he has had a rough time on the super speedways in the next-gen era, that's for sure. Been involved in more accidents than it seems like races he's been able to get to the finish in this style of racing with the new era. But he's leading right now, and he's led the most laps so far, so I'm still a firm believer no matter what fuel-saving measures might be going on in the pack or earlier on in this race. I think if you're leading, kind of create your own control of how things are going. If you're going to push the pace, that means everybody else's pace is going to be pushed as well. You're trying to save. You still have that track position one way or another. A little bit of a gap starting to build between the front two groups of cars yet again. And it's that same top 7 single file around the bottom. It's starting to pull away. And I think a lot of that is the power of those Toyotas. And the top 3 being Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas at that, leading the field. They've been very fast everywhere we've went so far this season. And here on a super speedway, here they come again. Second group closing in on him quickly, though, a second time. And this time they're going to pull out a line, and Brad Keselowski's leading that second group, and he's going to take to the outside lane. And he's got a couple more Fords going with him up there. Looks like Josh Berry in the 21. Another RFK Ford immediately behind Brad Keselowski as well. We got one car coming to pit road. That would be Ty Dillon in the 10, but he's all by himself. And nobody comes with Ty Dillon at lap 40. So our first green flag pit stop of the day. That is quite a long ways to try to make it to the end. I don't think he's going to be able to make it 58 laps. And you start to wonder, is this going to be a 2-stop stage rather than a 1-stop? Because that pace got pushed earlier on by the Toyotas. Hand out the window, and it looks like a lot of those Toyotas in the lead line are going to be coming into the pits. Keselowski trying to get as much of this track position back before those pit stops happen as possible. Ryan Preece in the 60s actually in front of Brad. And here come the Toyotas to pit road for a green flag stop. Toyotas, the RCR cars, and a few others. Wow. Too fast entering pit road for Denny Hamlin. A speeding penalty. He'll have to make a pass through. Back onto pit road. That's going to take him out of the lead draft. And with how much we have left in this first stage, if it stays green, the likelihood Denny Hamlin's going to finish on the lead lap at the end of stage 1 is very unlikely. And we've only seen 8 cars come to pit road so far. 9 if you count Ty Dillon. 9 cars have made a green flag stop. Safety violation for Chase Briscoe. In the 19 as well, an uncontrolled tire, it looked like. Couple of them. As Briscoe had slid through the box and actually hit the tire carrier, knocking both tires out of his hand. Bouncing into the next pit box oncoming, and so 2 JGR Toyotas, and they were the 2 that were running 1-2 at the front of the field. Hamlin and Briscoe both having pit road penalties. Speeding for Hamlin, and an uncontrolled set of tires for Chase Briscoe. So Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski now 1-2 for RFK Racing at the front of the pack. And it's probably going to be a little bit longer before they come into the pits because they were saving more gas outside of the lead 7. Ty Dillon pitted at lap 40. It was lap 41 where we saw the Toyotas that were leading the field pit, along with both RCR cars of Austin Dillon and Kyle Busch, as well as Cody Ware. Nobody has pitted since. And with where Denny Hamlin's at right now after taking the pass-through penalty, he is currently 1 lap down. Chad Fincham also a lap down, along with Chase Briscoe and Joey Gase. That's the thing with Hamlin and Briscoe, is that not both of them are going to get the free pass at the end of the stage either. And because there are so many cars that still have to pit, we could still see more speeding penalties if we got another group of cars on the pit road. Trackhouse, Hendrick, a lot of Chevys on pit road.
That's the point you gotta take your medicine, right? You gotta get it full now, or you're gonna suffer later, correct?
Well, if you make a pit stop and you wait on getting it full with 4 tires, it's going to take about 15 seconds. You still should be 7 seconds in front of the pack.
And you can see him blending back up.
All right, got a few more cars that are not pacing anywhere near where the Toyotas who have already pitted out of the pit lane. Ross Chastain in the 1 car, leading but not up to speed yet down the backstretch of those that have already exited pit road. Hand out the window for the Fords of Keselowski, Preece, and Berry. They'll be coming to pit road, and I'm sure a lot more of those Fords in line behind them will also pit. Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, a couple Toyotas mixed in with the Fords. We'll see if they pit with the blue ovals. And they will attempt to do so. 3 abreast onto pit road.
And he was unable to get to his next.
Yeah, it's not every day that you come down pit road 3 wide. You see another mistake in the first pit box right here. You're pulling it all the way. A lot of odd exchanges right here with all the mistakes and everything that we've talked about not doing. But Ryan Preece, I don't know how much fuel they got in that car, but he backed up to fuel it smart.
Practice all week and you plan all season for this. And look at the difference in the closing rate as the cars at speed come zooming around the cars that just left pit road. Remember, you're not allowed to blend back up in until you are at race speed so that you don't impede the cars on the racetrack.
Well, the thing that we've learned, guys, is we saw 3 different strategies and Al came back out on the racetrack right together.
Daniel Suarez started to leave his pit. They went, no. Made him back up, tighten the wheel, and away he goes.
And Austin Cindric back on pit road now from missing his pit box all by himself. So another situation.
And those are the mistakes you see. Again, no practice coming on the pit road. We saw some of that. Saw speeding. The fundamentals is what will bite you at this place with all this shifting crazy stuff going on.
All right, so Ty Gibbs has cycled out as what would be the race leader once everybody does hit pit road. We got the top 4 cars in the running order who just hit the pits that last time by, including Austin Cindric, who actually pitted the lap before that, but was unable to get into his pit box after contact with Noah Gragson on pit road. He was of those couple rows of 3 wide coming in, and that's going to cost him some time having to make that extra, basically what was a pass-through penalty. He may end up going a lap down. He's definitely not going to have anybody to draft with. All right, so I'll refresh the leaderboard, and we will go through the full field running order and see how everything looks post green flag pit stops in stage 1. We're at lap 50 of 98 in the first stage and lap 50 of 188 total in the race. Tyler Reddick just came in that last time by. Here we go. Okay, so Ty Gibbs leads. John Hunter Nemechek is second. Kyle Busch up to third. AJ Allmendinger fourth. Ross Chastain is in fifth. Then you got Todd Gilliland 6th, Kyle Larson 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Carson Hocevar 9th, and Ryan Blaney 10th. William Byron 11th, Connor Zilic 12th, Shane Van Gisbergen 13th, Alex Bowman 14th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 15th. 16th is Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace 17th, Christopher Bell 18th, Brad Keselowski 19th, and Eric Jones 20th. 21st, Chase Elliott, Cody Ware 22nd, Chris Buescher 23rd, Tyler Reddick 24th, and Ryan Preece 25th. 26th, Josh Berry, Daniel Suarez 27th, Cole Custer 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, and Riley Herbst in 30th. 31st is Noah Gragson, Ty Dillon in 32nd, Jesse Love 33rd, Zane Smith 34th, Austin Cindric 35th. 36th is Denny Hamlin, Daniel Dye 37th, last car in the lead lap. Now 37th, last car in the lead lap is actually Chase Briscoe, with Daniel Dye in 38th, Chad Finchuk 39th, and Joey Gase 30th. Denny Hamlin back on the lead lap since everybody just pitted, but he is 39 seconds off the lead with no drafting help. Cindric, no drafting help, is 30 seconds off the lead. Zane Smith, kind of the same deal, 28 seconds back. Riley Herbst, 21 seconds back. Lead pack, I think, all the way goes down to 28th. And then you got 4 cars or so. Kind of a 2-car pack between McDowell and Gragson. Another 2-car pack with Ty Dillon, Jesse Love. And then single car, Herb Smith, Cindric, Hamlin, Briscoe, first car lap down for now. But we still have about another 40-something odd laps left in the stage. And we'll see how far we can run this out. 11 lead changes to this point. We had 7 in the first 12, only 4 lead changes over the last 40 laps. A lot of this lead pack running double wide. A couple of cars trying to form a third line all the way up near the wall. Austin Dillon, one of which to do so again, just like he did back at stage 1. Cody Ware trying to follow. Going to be a little harder to push that pace, especially with just 2 cars, considering that there really isn't any more fuel saving going on, at least to start the second run in stage 1. You're listening live on KRC. Full flag-to-flag coverage of today's race continues. Got just over 100 concurrent viewers watching. Greatly appreciate each and every one of you tuning in. It's the Jack Links 500 at Talladega. Daniel Swanson, thanks for tuning in. Bush having a good day today so far. KTN USA, Ethan Chua, thanks for watching as well.
Back down the next round by himself to pay for tires and fuel. They came over the radio, said now he's going to have to burn more fuel just to catch the pack. So a tough break for the two who won this race last year, Regan. Well, Josh, miscommunication on the number 60 car of Ryan Preece as well. The plan was 2 tires and to wait on fuel. They have been having some radio issues today, though, with static and things popping up in the driver's ear. Something happened when he was sitting in the pit stall. He thought it was time to go. Crew chief, though, just radioed to him and said, we think we're okay, but we are going to be in max save right now. Max save as he tried to calm down Ryan Preece. And the 5-car Kyle Larson also trouble with the handoff on the fuel can. There's some concern about if that car has enough to make it to the end. He's in max save as well.
Stop. I want to break where you're going to hear it is again. Watch the fueler with a second can. I don't think he's going to get it connected here. No, that's the first can's hung up. See, it's hung up in between the can. And here's their radio.
Yeah, really bad.
So, 1 round of green flag pit stops, 6 penalties on pit road, at least 2 drivers who probably didn't get enough fuel. What is going on at Talladega?
A lot of mishaps on pit road. That was probably the most important pit stop of the day, at least by way of the fact that it's going to be the only green flag stop of the day, at least for many. Obviously, Kyle Larson short on fuel, as they didn't even get that second can engaged. It wasn't like they were having troubles getting it engaged. They just did not get it engaged because of the problems that they had. Ty Gibbs, again, is our race leader. John Hunter Nemechek is scored in second. Kyle Busch third. A.J. Allmendinger fourth. And Ross Chastain rounding out the top 5 and fifth. 57 laps complete so far. Nearly 50 minutes in to the Jack Links 500 at Talladega. Caution free thus far. You're listening live on KRC. Our full flag-to-flag coverage continues. Lots and lots of racing to go. Yeah, 6 penalties on pit road. 6 penalties, and that's not even counting drivers that had issues. Like with Cindric, Larson. Larson in the lead pack right now, but he is going to need a caution to help him out. Point standings coming into the day, I kind of briefly highlighted it, at least with a couple drivers who were at the front their early laps that are well outside of the top 16 in the chase points and need to have solid days to try to give them any kind of a spark needed to try to get momentum brewing and into the summer months where they can close in and try to make it into the 16-man chase. Top 16 in points make it in. Overall, Tyler Reddick leads the regular season point standings with his 5 wins in the first 9 races. He is 7th in he has 7 top 10 finishes, 6 top 5s with those 5 wins, 199 laps led, a 105-point lead over Denny Hamlin, who scored the most stage points last week, finished 2nd. Hamlin jumps up a spot across Ryan Blaney into P2 in points. Ryan Blaney down a spot, sits now 3rd, minus 120. Minus 138 to 4th place, Ty Gibbs. Kyle Larson, highest in points without a win. He is minus 143. Came close last weekend at Kansas. He ends up finishing in 2nd. I think I said Denny Hamlin finished 2nd. He had the most stage points last week, finished 4th. Larson actually was the 2nd place finisher in that race. But again, Larson sitting 5th in points entering the day. Chase Elliott in 6th, also with a win. And he is one of those 5 drivers with a victory. William Byron, 7th in points, then would be without a win, as well as the rest of the point standings as follows. Bubba Wallace in 8th, Brad Keselowski 9th, Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10 in points. Chris Buescher sits in 11th, Carson Hocevar 12th, Ryan Preece 13th, Joey Logano 14th, Chase Briscoe 15th, and the last chase spot currently by 13 points entering the day, Daniel Suarez over Austin Cindric. Cindric with problems here early on after missing his pit box on the green flag pit stop is at the tail end of the lead lap and in danger of going a lap down by the end of stage 1. Still 39 laps to go in this opening frame.
Wants to do all he can do to keep himself right there in front of Ty Gibbs to stay on the lead lap. Well, here's who's not part of that plan. 71, Michael McDowell. He's bringing those Chevrolets around the outside, and he's going to pass all of his Toyotas if he can.
All right, let's breathe a minute.
I don't know, Larry.
Green flag pit stop, we got about a third of the field that did right sides only. The rest did 4. Tires are really not an issue. Those pit stops had happened between about lap 41 and 48. Depending on what they're saving, I think some of them are going to try to make it to the end. Some of them can make it to the end, but don't rule out flipping the stage, which what that means is coming to pit road before they close it with 3 or 4 laps to go, just to shorten up that stop at the end of the break.
Gibbs and McDowell behind Denny Hamlin, trying to stay on the lead lap. Now, this week, Clint Ross Chastain pulled into Wendy's for a special pit stop. Ross brought his victory lane watermelon smashing expertise to celebrate the launch of Wendy's watermelon lemonade and water Sprite. Available starting tomorrow. SVG and Connor Zillich had a front row seat for all the fun.
at Wendy's. Yep, a fun spot. Man, that Baconator's good.
You like a cheeseburger, don't you?
Hey, Baconator. That's where it's at. Denny Hamlin led 28 laps earlier. Now he's trying to hang on to the tail end of the lead lap.
So far, Hamlin's been able to hold on. Michael McDowell looking to take the lead at the front of the field and maybe put Denny Hamlin a lap down, who could be a contender for the race win here today. As of right now, he is on the outside of row number 1. A couple cars back, one off of Hamlin, obviously, and I believe there is the 3 of Austin Dillon also looking to charge towards the front of the pack again. He and Cody Ware were in that third line with not a lot of help. Somehow, they got into a second groove and have picked away behind Michael McDowell of the leaders on the bottom lane of the racetrack to get themselves back up inside the top 10 and looking for a way around Hamlin and Gibbs up at the front of the pack. There's been a lot of pushing and bump draft in that bottom lane so far between Ty Gibbs and Denny Hamlin, and because of which McDowell has a head of steam up on the outside, and even with only 3 cars, they're doing what they need to do to try to get to the point. Yeah, down the back straightaway, they are out ahead of Ty Gibbs. Gibbs actually has both of his JGR teammates, Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin, in front of him at the tail end of the lead lap. So Gibbs trying to cut his teammates a break here. Keep them on the lead lap despite the early woes with their pit penalties and having to come through, take that pass-through penalty under green. It's going to be a lot of other cars at the tail end of the lead lap that they're probably going to catch over the course of the final 35 laps of stage number 1. Chad Fincham is not far from going a lap down. Austin Cindric is 32 seconds off the lead with Zane Smith and Riley Herbst that he is drafting with right now. So that's kind of like a 3-car draft, if you will. And then 32nd place all the way up through the front of the field. They are still in that lead draft. But there are 3 more cars who could go a lap down or at least get caught back up to with the lead pack at some point before the end of stage 1 if we don't catch a yellow. Billy Kramer, welcome to the stream. Do they have enough gas? Most of which do. I'm curious to see who tries to hustle onto pit road, go with the splash and go only stop and not take tires at the end of stage 1. I would think that if you did that then, you would not be able to take 4 fresh. Well, they probably could take 4 fresh tires. I guess Larry McReynolds said on the broadcast that they could take 4 tires and still cycle out like 7 seconds in front of the lead pack. So they wouldn't have to worry about going a lap down with about a 15-second stop. Obviously, you got to hope that everything's coordinated and really trust your pit crew in that situation to not make a mistake. Because those 7 seconds will be vital. So pit road closes with 2 laps to go in the stage when the race leader does get to the start-finish line.
The 54 picked up and the team, but also being able to in third car back there is actually benefiting our leader, Ty Gibbs.
Yeah, it's a win-win scenario. Jamie, what about those RCR Chevys up near the front?
Yeah, looking good right now. Austin Dillon running second. Right after we went back racing here, the first restart that we've seen in this race, Austin Dillon, his crew chief told him he was back in 26th. He said, you got to get us track position right now or we are going to throw everything out the window that we have built toward. He passed all those cars trying to pass 6 laps. Second, now they said, just settle in here. You got a teammate, you got help with Kyle Busch, just a couple of cars behind him. Remember, this RCR team has not finished in the top 10 yet this season. This is the perfect place to get it done.
Kyle Busch has had such great success here. He's one of only 2 drivers that has finished on the lead lap at every Talladega race we've run in this 7th generation NASCAR Cup car. William Byron is the other.
Be a huge momentum change, and man, he needs a win big time. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, that lead lap streak is great and shows just the capability of of guys like William Byron and Kyle Busch to be able to keep their car. That's where we're coming to pit road.
The Chevys combine with the lead. Dillon, Ware, and Busch. Their tires gives off for at least right sides and fuel.
Yeah, it looks like that left side tire at the door right there got 4 tires on. Still waiting on fuel. You see, not let the car down. They get that car full of Sunoco fuel. They left that thing up on the jack to indicate to the driver to take when to take off.
Leaving pit road, A.J. Allmendinger's Chevy, Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, and John Hunter Nemechek.
And then look at Briscoe. He didn't come with his teammates right there. He's racing. If that caution comes out, right, he's racing to stay on that lead lap. And making that mistake put him in a different scenario.
Larry stopping with 30 to go. Was that in your playbook?
Well, we had started hearing some chitter chatter about coming around lap 70, so that was really close to that. Right now, we pretty much have got 39 laps to go in this stage. What I'll be anxious to see is how much fuel they try to save, even though they can easily make it, to short up their next stop at the stage break.
Yeah, that group that just pitted they came out all spread apart, so that's not going to be ideal for them. As you see, this pack still formed up pretty tightly. They're gonna put themselves in a position to where this pack is most likely going to catch up to them. But you see how spread out Allmendinger, Hamlin, Gibbs.
That'll take a while to get back together.
Yeah, and Ty Dillon, he's way back here right in front of this pack as we see more cars coming to pit road. A whole bunch this time.
Including those lead Chevrolets. More than a dozen coming to pit road. Dillon among the first to stop. Like a couple of fuel-only stops there.
See it 4 wide back there.
Mike McDowell's first one off pit road. Star, Suarez, then Dillon, Chastain, Busch, and the other half goes.
Get collected, established as fast as you possibly can, single file. That's the name of the game on that exit. Yeah, and you see them on the exit right there. On the apron, you can hold that car wide open all the way around the bottom of that corner until you blend up onto the back straightaway.
Christopher Bell leads the pack into number 1 of the cars that have not made a second pit stop.
Yeah, and you see how far back right there those 4 cars are to that lead group. Not being formed up, they lost so much time to the guys that just pitted. Ty Dillon right here, he's going to go a lap down because of his bad pit stop. These guys are going to go right on past him.
And I think I'd be right. That would put Denny Hamlin down 2 laps if they go by him.
Yeah, and the odds of coming back from 2 laps down are slim to none. But you know, I think his hope is that these guys get to pit road and just stays down with that 1 lap down without any cautions.
Regardless of what that group at the front does, I like the lap times they're laying down right now, lined up in a single file. That's a good plan right there.
So really mixed group at the front. Bell in a JGR Toyota, Byron and Bowman in Hendrick Chevys, Van Gisbergen for Trackhouse, and Eric Jones for Legacy. Ryan Preece with them from RFK, Bubba Wallace. Every team's represented. Bubba Wallace for 2311. It's kind of like one each of everybody. A Whitman sampler of cars there in the lead pack.
And sometimes it just works out that way. And honestly, it really becomes a scenario where sometimes you're better off having it that way because you're not locked down to everybody else's agreement on a strategy.
And you did that quite a bit.
I did.
With Rodney. You didn't like lone wolf.
I can't get down, guys. I can't get down.
25 to go in stage one. In the leader's pit, you'll see it as we take Fox side by side at Talladega.
All right, a little bit of shaking up in the running order. Christopher Bell is now the race leader with William Byron in second. Shane Van Gisbergen in third. Alex Bowman up to fourth place. Eric Jones fifth. Ryan Preece is sixth. Seventh is sitting Bubba Wallace. Chris Buescher eighth. Joey Logano ninth. And Brad Keselowski rounding out the top 10 on the leaderboard. We are down to 25 laps to go in stage one here at the Talladega Superspeedway. 17 lead changes. Still no cautions to this point, and we are down to lap 74 in this race. Now 75 as they complete another one at the line. Just barely over an hour in. This has been a fast race pace so far by way of this race going caution-free to this point. 500 miles, and we've completed 75 out of 188 laps. And again, barely over an hour. You wonder if they would be on pace for the all-time record for fastest race in NASCAR history. Because there has been a couple of caution-free races at Talladega in the past. The only reason why I don't think they would be is because they were saving fuel a bit back at stage one, but they haven't really been doing that since about the first 20 laps of the race, at least for the drivers at the very front of the field. There's going to be a strategy of pitting once and trying to lap the cars that pitted twice. But there are enough cars in that group that had pitted a second time that they're all drafted together and they're able to have a better chance of staying out ahead of the pack. Because as of right now, it looks like the top 16 have not been to pit road more than once. So the top 16 have only pitted one time, 16th on back minus Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin, and a couple others who had pit road penalties would have only pitted once as well. Hamlin, Briscoe pretty much locked into the strategy they're on right now. They pit a second time, they're definitely going a lap down. Especially if not everybody pits a second time. They were too far back to try anything different. But at least their chances of staying in the lead lap now are going to be a lot higher. And Ty Gibbs really cut them a big break when he was catching up, leading the pack at the time, when catching Briscoe and Hamlin, and chose not to pass his teammates. Like, had a caution came out at that time, that probably would have been way more beneficial for Hamlin and Briscoe, because then it would have gotten them back in contention to try to race for the stage one win or race for stage points to get back in the top 10 before the end of stage one. That's all out the window, with just 21 laps to go this time by. Listening live on KRC, full flag-to-flag coverage of today's Jack Links 500 continues. Our like goal is to get to 150 likes for today's stream. We're nearing halfway through the race. We're only at 56 likes. We got well more than 100 concurrent viewers watching. It does help these streams out a ton. Thank you all for tuning in and riding this one out here to the end of stage one. Chase Briscoe still right in front of Christopher Bell, another JGR Toyota who happens to lead the field. Briscoe was at the tail end of the lead lap. And I believe Denny Hamlin was able to latch on to the group of cars that were up in front of him. No, he was not, actually. He did get lapped. My bad on that one. The cars that are a lap down right now are John Hunter Nemechek, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Dillon, Chad Fincham, Denny Hamlin, Daniel Dye, Joey Gase. And as for Daniel Dye and Joey Gase, they're actually, I believe, more than one lap down. Nemechek, the first car lap down in 35th, would be in the free pass position at the end of stage one as of this moment. Will those leaders pit? Again, the top 16 have not hit pit road. Austin Dillon leads those that have hit the pits in the 17th place position, 33.7 seconds out of the lead. That last lap, he ran a 50.074. That is off of the pace that Christopher Bell in the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota put down that last lap, which was a 49.694. But because Bell is not leading the pack, I think we actually have to go off of Chase Briscoe's lap time as to how much they're actually closing in on him. So we're looking at leader versus leader in the pack. And Briscoe still put down a 49.7 compared to the 49.5 of Bell. So it's still quicker than Austin Dillon in the 3, regardless of what lap time we're looking at. It's about 0.3 of a second faster a lap. I think that just goes to show how strong those Toyotas are. A lot of fans tired of hearing it every week, but everywhere we go, they have more speed. And it's just crazy that we're seeing that on super speedways now. We really started to see it at the end of the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. And obviously Chase Briscoe won at Talladega. And even on these super speedways, we saw it in the Daytona 500 as well. And now we're seeing it here today at Talladega, where they're just dominating in the laps led department. Laps led department, and they're just able to control every line they have. Christopher Bell's led for 11 laps. Ryan Preece has led for 6, 2 for Tyler Reddick, 4 for Austin Dillon, 1 for Michael McDowell, 17 for Ty Gibbs, 3 for Chase Briscoe, 8 for Chad Fincham, 28 for Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has led the most so far. But of the higher lap totals, that is definitely Joe Gibbs Racing that leads the way. Reddick kind of been a non-factor in this one. Started on pole, dropped back pretty quickly. He's currently in 12th. And if we look at that regular season championship battle with the drivers that are inside the top 10, you would see we've got quite a few drivers that are in the top 10 in points that are up at the top of the leaderboard. Like a Bubba Wallace, Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Christopher Bell. Shane Van Gisbergen barely on the outside of the chase cut line. This could be huge for him. Alex Bowman trying to play catch-up after missing 4 races. Had a decent day at Kansas last week, but a great day so far at Talladega today. And drivers like Chris Buescher and Joey Logano, who aren't in the top 10 in points, but they're in the top 12 and in the chase spot currently. Looking to put some separation between themselves and the current cut line. Top 10 in the running order, Christopher Bell leading the way, William Byron in second, Shane Van Gisbergen third, Alex Bowman fourth, Eric Jones is fifth. Top 5 are all within about half a second of each other. Then Ryan Preece in 6th is 3.8 seconds off the lead. Bubba Wallace in 7th right behind him. Chris Buescher 4 seconds back in 8th. Joey Logano 9th at 4.1 back at 4.2 off the lead. Brad Keselowski in 10th. So it's not really a lead pack. It's more the top 5 and Chase Briscoe lap cars well ahead of where everybody else on pace. And I think those drivers more than 3 seconds off the pace of the leaders. The last time by, they were 0.6 of a second slower. I think they're trying to save more fuel so they don't have to pit before the end of the stage. Or you can tell Bell's pushing hard still because he is bump drafting that 19 of Briscoe. And of the lead draft, actually, Eric Jones ran his fastest lap of the race at lap 81. The 5th and last car in line of these lead lap cars, 49.263 the last time by. Next weekend, NASCAR heads to Texas Motor Speedway for the kickstart of the month of May. On the NASCAR side of things, Denny Hamlin 1 lap down, trying not to go a 2nd lap down at this point, and Ty Gibbs in the 54 off pit sequence was leading laps earlier in this stage. Same for Hamlin for that matter, and 2 of them in a completely different circumstance right now. I would think Christopher Bell's going to cut him some slack, but Bell's got to be more worried about trying to win the stage, I think, selfishly. And not get bypassed by the two Chevys running behind him of Byron and SVG. And Alex Bowman. Got three Chevys. Bell into Gibbs, Gibbs into Hamlin. Keeping that line charging forward. Fastest lap of the race so far, Zane Smith in the 34th place position would have the Xfinity fastest lap. Smith's fast lap was a 48.263 on lap 45. So for those interested in who that bonus point would be awarded to, as of right now, it is the 38 of Zane Smith. So did Byron. I was not expecting them to cut to commercial that quickly after coming back from commercial, but there they go. All right, so we'll go through the full field running order again. If you're just tuning in for the first time, it's been a wacky stage one by way of pit strategy here at Talladega. Christopher Bell leads, William Byron in second, Shane Van Gisbergen in third, Alex Bowman fourth, Eric Jones in fifth. Sixth place is Ryan Preece, 7 seconds off of the race lead. Bubba Wallace in seventh, Chris Buescher eighth, Joey Logano ninth, Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. 11th is Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick in 12th, Chase Elliott 13th, Todd Gilliland 14th, Noah Gragson in 15th, 16th is Josh Berry, Austin Dillon 17th, Ross Chastain 18th, Kyle Busch 19th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 20th. Cody Ware in 21st, Connor Zilic 22nd, Michael McDowell in 23rd, Carson Hocevar 24th, and Daniel Suarez 25th. 26 is Cole Custer, Jesse Love 27th, Kyle Larson 28th, and last car in the lead lap is Ty Gibbs in 29th. 30th, first car lap down is currently John Hunter Nemechek. Then you got AJ Allmendinger in 31st, Ty Dillon 32nd, Austin Cindric 33rd, Zane Smith 34th, 35th Chase Briscoe, 36th Denny Hamlin, Riley Herbst 37th, Chad Fincham 38th, Daniel Dye 39th, Joey Gase in 40th, rounding out our 40-car field. Green flag pit stops on the way for the leaders. Those top 5 all in the pits. So the top 5, Bell, Byron, SVG, Bowman, and Alex Jones, Eric Jones, all onto pit road. Ryan Preece now the leader. And the Fords are notorious for saving fuel at a better rate on these super speedways. They may try to push it to the end.
And Denny Hamlin, because those leaders that were right behind them all stopped. I think they have enough of a gap to Ryan Preece that they should be able to get their lap back at the end of the stage.
99 laps to go at the Talladega Superspeedway, working lap 90. We're about 4 laps away from the halfway mark, and 9 laps to go in stage number 1. So Ryan Preece is the leader, trying to push to put a couple more cars a lap down that are right in front of him. Of those that have lost a little bit of drafting help, and those drivers would be AJ Allmendinger in the 16, and I believe John Hunter Nemechek in the 42. Nope, not Nemechek, but it is AJ. Allmendinger was actually... Yeah, Allmendinger and Nemechek were actually a lap down, but then they ended up getting their lap back because there was that 7-second split between the 5th and 6th place cars on the track. Preece was in 6th at the time. So now with Preece taking over the lead in those top 5 hitting pit road, they got them back on the lead lap for a brief moment, but it's not going to last for too much longer. Couple of former winners at Talladega trapped a lap down. Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, all of which had pit road issues during the green flag set of stops middle of stage one. We haven't had a caution for incident to try to bail them out and having to race their way to get into the free pass position now. It's going to be tough to try to take the wave around also because I don't think every lead lap car is going to pit at the end of stage one. Although, I mean, we definitely know the cars that aren't going to pit will be headed for the pits. How many more cars are maybe going to try to stay out like those 5 cars that were leading that just came to pit road? Are they going to try to make it to the end of stage 2 without pitting during the stage break? You know, was that their plan? Run hard, and then save either in the second stage or during the stage caution laps, which we know we're going to get. Because 42 to 50 green flag laps, kind of a broad window, but that's what Fox stated on their pre-race analysis as to what they expect the window to be. And I would imagine that that window is flexed by way of the actual fuel saving that we were expected to see and have seen on these drafting ovals with this next-gen car in the last couple of years. Because that window's usually not like an 8-lap spread on a super speedway, for instance. And that's about a 20-mile spread by way of how much fuel they can go. 5 laps to go. Coming back from a side-by-side commercial break on Fox, Ryan Preece still leads, Chris Buescher in second, Joey Logano third, Brad Keselowski fourth, and Josh Berry in fifth. Looks like the lead pack of cars starting to run double wide as they work for the exit of turn 4. All in a battle for stage points. That lead group is 10 cars, so the only 10 on the lead lap in that group are going to be the ones going for the stage points. It's a 19-second deficit back to now 10th place Ross Chastain. And that's because Bubba Wallace from the lead pack just hit the pits. All by himself. All right, so Wallace was the only car on the pit road, but he'll be on the lead lap to the end of the stage as long as there wasn't a big mistake in the pits. He's going to be trying to get up to speed now. We'll see if any more of those lead cars come in this time. They will not. 3 laps to go at the start-finish line. Again, pit road will close with 2 laps to go in the stage when the race leader gets to the line. RFK leading the way. Ryan Preece and Chris Buescher. Brad Keselowski in the 6, also still in the mix. Penske Ford's just behind him, Logano, Blaney, and then Josh Berry, the Wood Brothers Ford, also in contention for the stage win. Double wide, Keselowski leading the top, and the other 2 RFK Fords leading the bottom. Keselowski's currently side-by-side with Joey Logano for third, so those top 2 RFK Fords are single file down around the bottom lane of the racetrack. Mentioned in the pre-race that they were my favorites because of how fast they looked during Speed Week, controlling the line. It's the first we've had them up at the front of the field leading laps all day today. It took until the start of the second half of the race, but they're there now. And with that pay window open for stage 1, here we are. Keselowski now to the outside of the 17 of Buescher for second. Ryan Preece, the race leader, still clear of the pack off turn 2. We're on the second to last lap of stage 1 at Talladega. Ryan Blaney trying to push his former teammate forward. One car hops out of line in this lead draft. It looked like it was one of the lappers. Preece getting well out ahead of Chris Buescher as they head for the exit of turn 4. Is it too big of a lead that Ryan Preece gave them, or will the 17 continue to work with the 60? Buescher does not try to make a move, but Brad Keselowski and Ryan Blaney are making a move up on the high side. They'll get alongside Preece as they cross the start-finish line. 1 lap to go in stage 1. Preece with a nose out in front of his boss on the outside. And when they get to the back straightaway, I'm sure Blaney's going to give that 6 another gigantic push. The 17, same thing into the 60. Joey Logano pushing the 17 into the 60. 3-car tandem on the inside. Blaney and Keselowski do not have a lot of help in that second line. It's just the two of them. 3 cars versus 2. The 3 cars will take the lead. Top 2 clear of the pack. Logano and Keselowski. For third, Logano going to be clear. Trying to squeeze to the inside for second. Narrowly getting to the inside of Chris Buescher. Buescher and Logano side draft for second still as they come to the green-white checkered flag, the first of which of the day. Ryan Preece in the 60 will hold on and win stage 1 at Talladega 4 wide for second place just behind him. And a battle for 10th place in the final stage point. Looks like it's going to go to Ross Chastain in that second pack as the top 9 were all in the lead pack of cars. Almost 20 seconds ahead. So Ryan Preece, stage 1 winner here at Talladega. Brad Keselowski in second. Joey Logano third. Chris Buescher fourth. Ryan Blaney in fifth. 6th place was Josh Berry. Tyler Reddick in 7th. Noah Gragson 8th. Todd Gilliland 9th. And Ross Chastain rounding out the top 10 for stage 1. I'm regretting not putting all 3 RFK Fords in my fantasy league team today. You know, I called on the pre-race that I should do it, but I feel confident not doing it. I did have Joey Logano for Team Penske as well. I had Logano, and I did have Keselowski. Hocevar was not in the top 10, so we're going to plug Logano in there because he got a decent amount of stage points. So Logano will go in for Cindric. Cindric was a lap down at the end of stage 1. So he's not in a great spot right now. We'll save Austin Cindric just in case he gets back on the lead lap. Fantasy team will not lock until the end of stage 2. Our chat poll will be open until the end of stage 2 as far as who you think is going to win today's race as well. 112 of you have voted already. 55% taking somebody other than Keselowski, Blaney, or Reddick for the win. 17% have Keselowski, 12% for Blaney, and 15% have Tyler Reddick of those 112 votes. With the weird stage splits today, you're going to have a little extra time to lock in those votes because we got a little ways until the end of the second stage yet. Free pass going to go to AJ Allmendinger in the 31st place position, so AJ will be back on the lead lap to begin stage 2. Bubba Wallace was the last car in the lead lap with that pit strategy of pitting right before the end of the stage, so although he was all by himself, I expect Wallace will stay out at the stage end. And he is in fuel-saving measures during the caution so he can make it to the end of stage 2 without having to pit again. Or at least to that window to pull the same strategy he just did. Which at that point, if you were willing to sacrifice stage points once, I would do it again if it means you're in the best spot to try to win the race. I do hate the fact that you have to sacrifice stage points or feel that you need to get the better finishing position possible, because I feel like that's why the stage points are there, to reward the guys who are running up at the front. And we don't really have that opportunity to reward that to those drivers that are dominating the day when you go to these bigger ovals, or in the case like road courses, kind of the same deal where you can pit before the end of the stage and kind of split things off. H. Holly D, thanks for tuning in. Definitely a clean race. Caution free through the first half at Talladega. 98 laps in stage 1, no yellow. So this is our first caution of the day, and it is for the stage break. A mostly clean O'Reilly race yesterday with a caution on lap 1 and lap 113, the final lap. Still waiting to see our first one here today in Talladega. We had a mostly clean Cup race last week. Our only caution for incident came with 2 laps to go in the race, forced in overtime, before Tyler Reddick was able to get his 5th win.
Be able to hire people, sponsors, everything, Jamie.
Well, Kevin, Joey Logano's pit crew has been climbing the ranks, going in the right direction. They're third best on pit road, but what's most important, they have not made a mistake this far through 9 races. Let's meet
Jamie just jinxed them. They're making a mistake this next stop. The announcer's curse.
Keselowski, number 50 rankings. Again to Talladega. It's absolutely amazing what those guys can do on pit road. They have perfected this thing. Their physique, they're dudes. Field rounds out of turn 4 behind the Mustang Dark Horse safety car. And then they'll drop down onto Vabismo Pit Road for the first caution flag service of the day. By the way, AJ Allmendinger got the free pass. There was quite a battle for that at the end of stage 1. Jamie?
And a nice battle for Brad Keselowski, who picks from second. Said he's bouncing around a lot. It's pretty much sketchy. Said we're going to make a wedge adjustment and 4 tires. Meanwhile, you just met the crew of the 22 going around on the left side. No adjustments. Happy with the handling of that race car. 4 tires only. Josh.
Just saying that car picked up that last stage point there. It's exactly the right quality. A little insecure getting points, but what? No adjustments there, Regan. Chris Boozer in the 17 car had everything go right for him in that stage. The car is really good. They're going to wait on fuel. In the 60, right? It's an emotional roller coaster at the end. If they would have had enough fuel or not, they did. Waiting on fuel as well.
Look how much fuel he had to wait on at Regan's point right there. We heard him talk about 80% throttle. You might run out of gas here coming to the stage end.
Exactly. Bubba Wallace did 2 tires to get to the front. Ryan Preece came in first and having to take all that fuel came out 8th.
Bipolar 1 can over.
Alrighty, so pit stops wrapping up during the stage break. And we'll wait the new running order for the first restart of the day with a very long opening stage. A unique one here at Talladega thus far. Jojo, thanks for tuning in. I see you in the chat. So they will be sprints to the end of the race from here with these final 2 stages. We're already past halfway as we complete stage 1. 45 laps in the last 2 stages alone, and not counting the caution laps, it's going to be probably closer to about 40 to go in each stage when we do get to racing. Who will have the track position and be able to carry on with their speed? It's been a unique race at Talladega, to say the least, thus far. We'll take a quick break while we await more racing. You're listening live on KRC, full flag-to-flag coverage of the Jack Links 500 at Talladega. Sarah Gutierrez, thanks for tuning in. Wondered that Ryan Blaney would win the race today. I hope he does. Hope he gets that second win of the season. Fords were the best in the fuel saving. We'll see if they can race their way back to the front, though, for the end, I should say beginning, of stage number 2. Few cars staying out of the pits. Looks like Stenhouse, Reddick, and Wallace staying out to take over the lead. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr. going to be the leader. Tyler Reddick in second in the restart. Bubba Wallace third. Then Joey Logano, who is first off of pit road during the stage break, will be fourth. With Ross Chastain in fifth. Cole Custer sixth. Ryan Blaney seventh. Brad Keselowski eighth. Todd Gilliland ninth. Ryan Preece in 10th. Then Chris Buescher 11th. And Christopher Bell 12th. "31 cars will be on the lead lap. Zane Smith, Ty Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe, Riley Herbst, Daniel Dye, Chad Fincham, and Joey Gase all in the race but off of the lead lap after stage 1 had been completed. Up to 69 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 150. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content along the way. We're live for every NASCAR Cup Series, every NASCAR O'Reilly, and Truck Series race all season long, as well as Cup Series practice and qualifying coverage. No practice at Talladega this weekend, and qualifying was actually rained out yesterday morning, so unfortunately it is kind of a shorter weekend, I guess, if you will, by way of the live commentary streams. NASCAR at Texas Motor Speedway next weekend will be live Friday through Saturday. Friday through Sunday. Friday will be the beginning stream of the day. Of the weekend, sorry. Craftsman Truck Series race at Texas. O'Reilly Racing taking place Saturday and Cup on Sunday.
Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for making the trip, you guys. Enjoy the rest of the race. Being part of Fox Sports. Let's go back into the booth. Just a quick little. No, no. Reddick led up the cars onto pit road to top off before we begin staged. And upon further review, Bubba Wallace took 4 tires on his first pit stop of the day. This time he was fuel only to get him up to the front. Regan? Well, Mike, just to update Tyler Reddick coming down 2 top off, really nothing to lose for those guys. He had to pit before the pit lane opened. I went and looked at Billy Scott and I said, was it that close on field? And his eyes got really big and he said, yeah, we were that close. So they couldn't even make it under yellow rolling around once more before they came down for their first pit stop. Top off here, he's going to have to go to the back. Keep in mind also, Bubba Wallace pitted with 4 laps to go in that stage. So he had fresh tires and a full load of fuel, able to do that and do no tires on that stop and get out front. So the drivers that stopped to top off, including Reddick, were William Byron, Noah Gregson, Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Zane Smith, and Ricky Stenhouse. Those were the lead lap drivers that topped off. That just gives them insurance to make it 42 laps at the end of the next stage. That's right. These last 2 stages are only 45 laps each. So, if things go right, you can make it without a fuel stop.
39 laps to go in Stage 2 as we get to green here. Green flag is back in the air. It'll be Bubba Wallace and Ross Chastain in row number 1. Wallace had short pitted at the end of stage number 2 to get his track position and is now battling for the lead with Ross Chastain as they circuit through turns 1 and 2. Cole Custer in the mix as well. Custer had a top 5 at Talladega last year. And I believe was up in that 4-wide finish at Daytona in the summer race as well. So no surprise to see Cole Custer towards the front of that Haas Automation Chevrolet. Single car team. Chastain, a former Talladega winner. Same for Bubba Wallace. Other former Talladega winners in the top 10 include Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and Joey Logano. Field is gridlocked right now. Curious to know if we'll end up seeing a third line be able to march to the front of the field. Looks like William Byron in the 24 trying to lead a third line right now. About 6 cars in the outside at the tail end of the lead pack. About to be 7 with another car jumping up in front of him. Make that 2 cars. Pace is quick. Bubba Wallace that last lap put down a 49.408 second lap time. Well, a pace like that, it's going to be very, very hard to get that third line formed and actually move all the way up to the front of the pack. Going to need a lot of lane changing going on to try to buy up some time and bind up those bottom 2 lines. The minute Bubba Wallace got clear of the pack, he was on the bottom in front of Chastain, then moved right back up to the top, entering turns 1 and 2, stalling the momentum of the 22 of Logano. Allowed for a little bit of a pickup down the backstretch now for that next group of cars. Wallace with the push out in front from Joey Logano in the 22. Full screen commercial break on Fox during the green flag action early in the second stage. They have had a lot of commercials between the end of stage 1 and now early in stage 2. They have not showed a lot of green flag racing without any kind of a side-by-side break. This one full screen, unfortunately. I don't think I've seen them go to break that early in a stage before. A couple laps in. Today's your parents' anniversary, 12 years ago. Awesome. 12-year Annie. Congratulations to them. Sue Brown, thanks for tuning in. Sue and Tim, listen in. Hit the like. Appreciate it, guys. No, Byron does not date Blaney's sister still, I don't believe. Jamie and Chris want the kid slushy. Yeah, they were hassling that kid, both of them. They have good chemistry between the two of those, Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray. They look like they have a lot of fun in the broadcast together every weekend. All right, chat poll up to 126 votes now. Again, you have until the end of stage 2. Starting to get a few more lead changes with the back and forth action at the front. Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, and now it's Chastain, Logano at the front. Wallace back to 4th that last time by at the start-finish line. So top 5, Ross Chastain in the lead, Joey Logano 2nd, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Bubba Wallace 4th, Brad Keselowski is 5th. Still 79 laps to go. Already down to about 34 to go in stage 2. "45 laps at most tracks, not a long time." I was asked in the pre-race if I think there's going to be a big one today, and I just thought with the stage splits the way they are that it might have been calm at the start, but I just feel like being able to go full in stages 2 and 3, I think we will see the big one. Because I just think the bump drafting at the front of these lines is going to be aggressive for such a long period of time between those 2 full stages that I just don't think that they're going to make it without something going wrong. Seen a little bit of that pushing at the front of each line at the start of stage 2 with those first couple laps before they cut the commercial, and I'm sure when they come back, more of the same. And they are back from break now. Nobody at the top portion of the pack has ran their fastest laps of the race in the second stage yet. Austin Dillon at lap 107 in stage 2 put his fastest lap of the race together at 49.118. Save for Shane Van Gisbergen with a 49.022. Also on lap 107. Noah Gragson, AJ Allmendinger, lap 110. Gragson put down a heater of 48.465. Curious to know if that might be the fastest lap of the race. Zane Smith had it earlier. No, Zane Smith had a 48.2. So I think he still has it. 48.263 was Zane Smith's fastest lap. All right, so Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney now lead the race for Team Penske. Ross Chastain up to 3rd, Bubba Wallace 4th, Ryan Preece in 5th. 6th place is Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher in 7th. 8th is Cole Custer, Todd Gilliland 9th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10. Three lines starting to form up at the front of the pack now as Joey Logano leads in the middle groove of race cars. Split amongst them between the top and bottom, starting to close in on the rest of the field. Blaney trying to help his teammate out and keep these two at the front of the pack. Control the race for as long as they can. Still a long ways to go till the end, but if it's going to be a sprint race from here to the finish, what is this going to look like? And can they execute on pit road to keep track position for when the pit stops at the end of stage 2 come? Does anybody try to flip the stage by pitting before the end of stage 2, sacrificing stage points so that way they know they can restart towards the front of the pack like Bubba Wallace did back at stage 2? Stage 1, I should say. He was the only driver to do that, by the way. We might see more do that. More likely that happens leading up to the end of the race versus the start. I do believe that 23 took tires as well, so you could take 4 tires and get away with it if you're at the front of the field. Chastain still along the inside of Joey Logano for the race lead, but Wallace on the outside has not gotten there yet. He's still in line with the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano cleared the pack after a great push by the 12 at the end of the front stretch entering turn 1. Regan Smith with Derek Finley, the crew chief of Ryan Preece. Joey Logano in no man's land, 4 wide into the trioval after getting split around by Ross Chastain and a couple others at the front of the pack. Bubba Wallace now going to take control of the race into turn 1. Still 4 wide in the middle of the pack as they get through turns 1 and 2. Mostly 3x3 from about 4th place on back. To the back straightaway they go. Still 2 rows of 4 wide at the end of the lead line. Wallace gets clipped from behind by Chastain, and we've got the big one at Talladega entering turn 3. Massive pile up. And that's going to wipe out a ton of race cars. Scattered all the way across the infield in turns 3 and 4. Bubba Wallace got turned across the racetrack into the outside wall by Ross Chastain. And there are a ton of wrecked race cars. Tyler Reddick is in it. Oh boy. I was right about the big one happening because of bad pushes at the front of the field.
My car's coming by with a little bit of damage. You see a bunch of them. Daniel Suarez driving backwards right here. Out of the
Wallace and Logano done for the day.
They're changing lanes and all the things that were happening.
I thought we were fine till it all got 4 wide in the middle of the pack, but that's not where this started. This started right up toward the front.
And, you know, that's typically the way that these races go because you have to push and you have to, you know, you get braver and braver.
Red flag has been displayed.
We watched this replay with Bubba Wallace. It's probably from a push that goes wrong.
All right, we're going to sort out some replays for you as we're watching drivers get out of the car or drive away if they can. Bubba Wallace right in front. Stacked them all up. And off a push, he throws in the wall, and everybody right there.
Oh, Blaney got caught up. Who didn't make it through that crash is going to be my next question. Red flag is out after the big one at Talladega has just happened. First caution of the race is the big one for incident. Made it 115 laps. That wasn't just the big one, that was the massive one at Talladega. Ryan Preece is scored currently as the race leader. Chris Buescher in second, Ross Chastain third. Christopher Bell is in fourth, and Eric Jones rounds out the top five in fifth. Bubba Wallace is out of his race car, and he's in 16th. Field is frozen under red, but if he scored in 16th and out of the car, there's no way we only have 15 cars left in this race. There's no way. There might be some lap cars that were just well behind the pack because they weren't racing for anything that could have missed it as well. But as far as lead lap cars go, I mean, that did wipe out half the field, at least. That was a track blocking crash, that is for sure. Sue Brown, Steve, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, this is crazy. When we get the full list of drivers who were involved in the crash, I'll let you know. Not sure that the timeline has been updated quite yet. When there's a full list, I'll read it off. 1 hour, 47 minutes, and 25 seconds to this point before the red flag. 26 lead changes and our first yellow for incident. The only caution before that was at lap 98 for the stage 1 break. We have a little less than 30 laps to go in stage 2 at the time of the yellow. Less cars on the track is going to make for an interesting finish, I think. Expensive day for owners. Yes, it is. Shorter list is going to be the ones not involved. Yes, it is. All-time NASCAR one-lap track record at Talladega, 2:12. Bill Elliott, 44.998 seconds. Yes, that was in qualifying. Crazy. That track record is going to live on forever. Making dinner when it happened. Well, now you have a chance to eat your dinner during the red flag to kind of help bypass time while things are at a standstill.
Chad Fiction. Some cars were able to drive away. Now, cars that were stuck. Check. Fix Briscoe and Joey Gates. Those are the cars that are stopped on pit.
There's so many tire marks going into turn 3 on the track.
Starts the chest. Something in the middle lane or front of plane. He now checks the balls. That checks. They get to Bubba. You've got the inertia 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars all slamming into Bubba Wallace. And as soon as they touched him, he was already in trouble, in my opinion. That car was, we saw it several times, and as soon as they touched him, away it went. Wrecked the whole field. That's a big one.
And a lot of times, well, all the time, for the most part, when those 4 or 5 cars are hooked up like that, when they get checked up, the guy that's 4 or 5 cars back doesn't understand what's in front of him, so he just keeps pushing, and then eventually it's got so much more inertia than the first car that you're pushing. It just shoots him out. I mean, finally spins him out, like you saw right here with the 23.
Yeah, I mean, you take that inertia clear back to Cindric back there in the bright yellow car. Watch this. As they get to him, you see Chastain getting, and see them 4 cars pull away. There's actually 3 cars, but
they pulled right up to the bumper of the one car, and as they collectively got to him, they all hit the 23 is basically what happens.
This next time, the next replay we see is going to be in real time at speed. You see just how little anyone has time to react.
Did you hear that? You can hear the back tires come off the ground.
Now, among the fortunate, Michael McDowell.
Luckily, nobody went airborne and all that.
It's in the safe spot.
Yeah. Yeah. See, he did get hit from behind. It was 6-6 car. And before we go to Jamie Little with Bubba Wallace, here's a look at how he went through that.
Just pure chaos at the front of the pack for Bubba Wallace. And Bubba, you just watched all those replays. What was it like from the seat? You had a couple hard hits there.
Oh, I dozed off waiting on you for so long. Sorry. Show 4 in the first stage, obviously, just trying to figure out the strategy stuff. But man, just hated for Xfinity, hated for our team. Don't want to have any DNS. We got 2 now, so that's a bummer. But we gotta figure out how to be pushed better. So I take responsibility on that, and we'll have a good debrief and figure out what we can do to make our Toyotas a little bit better being pushed, and maybe not have that happen. But appreciate Xfinity. We'll go on to old Tejas and have some fun.
Thank you.
Well, he referenced exactly what you were talking about earlier in the race with that car having a little bit of trouble being all over the place. When he was not even being pushed very hard, and a hard push right there from the one car, sit and fly him.
Well, Racing Insight still working on the numbers, but we have at least 26 cars involved. Big one.
Way long.
They always show the COPD commercial immediately when they come out and break or go to break on the Fox broadcast. There's just somebody coughing. I can't mute the TV quick enough. Craziness at Talladega. Red flag has been lifted. We're back under caution flag conditions at lap 17 of 45 and stage 2 lap 115 of 188 total in the race today. Ryan Preece leads, Chris Buescher second, Ross Chastain in third, Christopher Bell is in fourth place. Red flag for the big one. We still haven't had a car count or exactly know who was involved. I can name a list of several that I saw that were involved in the crash. Chase Briscoe, John Hunter Nemechek. Hold on a second. I know for a fact Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, Cole Custer, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson, Connor Zilich, Kyle Busch were in it. Chase Briscoe was in it as well. Not sure how many of the cars that were already a lap down were actually involved in the crash. So that's why I'm kind of waiting on a car count first. Red flag displayed. Temporary halt. Red flag time recorded at 9 minutes and 58 seconds, by the way. All right, so here is the list of drivers involved in the crash. And this is by way of, it's like numerical order here. Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe, Josh Berry, Joey Logano, William Byron, Jesse Love, Cole Custer, John Hunter Nemechek, Eric Jones, Joey Gase, Tyler Reddick, Cody Ware, Ty Gibbs, Chad Fincham, Michael McDowell, Carson Hocevar, Connor Zilich, and Shane Van Gisbergen were all involved in that accident, bringing the red flag for almost 10 minutes in the big one at Talladega, middle of stage 2. Gonna count how many cars that is exactly here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's 25 car crash here at Talladega. I don't think that is the record, but it's pretty darn close. 25 car crash here at Talladega. We've got pit stops.
On the back straightaway. Yeah, I mean these cars are pretty durable, as far as the front, sides, back, so don't spin that like run from center in and have finish. Caution of Talladega following.
So again, back under caution flag conditions at least. Backing out and getting caught back up with the live broadcast, just in case I fell behind during that red flag period a bit. All right, should be all caught up. Full screen commercial break during the caution flag period, just our second yellow of the day. First for incident, and again, it results in a red flag. We saw some cars come onto pit road, those with damage and those choosing to pit now. Have to wait to see exactly how many cars are going to be on the lead lap, because we had 9 cars a lap down already before that caution came out. And quite a few are going to be done for the day after being involved in that incident. Remember, Fantasy League does lock up at the end of Stage 2. So if you do not have the fantasy teams locked in yet, those will lock again at the end of Stage 2. I don't even know who to take out. I had at least 3 drivers involved in that crash. Byron, Logano were both involved. Cindric has no stage points today. I don't know if he was involved, but he is off the lead lap. See, at least Logano had some stage points. He had 8. Brad had 9. Brad was involved. Keselowski was my pick to win. I've only predicted of the drivers to win a cup race this season. They had only finished outside the top 10 one time this year, and that was at Atlanta, the second race of the season. So every other race I've predicted somebody to win. That driver's at least finished in the top 10. And I've been keeping track of my stats there. I have an average finish of 4.4 with the drivers I've taken to win a race so far this season. That average is going to drop a bit with taking Keselowski today, and he is out and will finish 37th.
24. At least 6 cars involved in this wreck. Not involved.
Oh man, what a massive wreck.
We do have 20 cars on the lead lap right now, and many of the cars that were crashed are being worked on in the garage, some in hopes of getting back in the race. Now here's Joey Logano riding through this before we go to Joey with Jamie. Jamie Lee.
Well, we're just talking about Joey Logano and the good day you had. You were leading some laps, and then just like that, it's over. What did you see? What did you feel up front there?
Yeah, it's kind of started wrecking above me there, and I just was, trying to get low as I can and to try to avoid it. And there was cars, everyone was trying to do the same thing, trying to get low and just cause the big crash at Talladega. So it's frustrating. I felt like I had a pretty solid car. I mean, it's kind of in the spot where I wanted to be. I had my teammate around me there, and thought I was in an okay spot. And yeah. What do you want? Save fuel or crash? Pick one. That's what it feels like right now. It's frustrating. You got round bumpers on these things. The cars are unstable, and once everyone starts pushing and racing aggressive, it's gonna happen. So until we fix that stuff, we're gonna continue seeing it, unfortunately. And fortunately today, we're the ones that get caught up in it. Yep.
Joey Logano and his teammate Ryan Blaney were both caught up in the crash. There is no free pass on this caution, and Denny Hamlin is not happy about it.
No, 20. No. Oh. Need to finish.
I think he was upset because he was trying to take the wave around.
He get the free pass. NASCAR's thing was no free pass on this caution. Austin Cindric would have been.
He stayed out.
Didn't pit. But Bell stayed out and did not pit, so no one is eligible to drive around him to get the wave around. That's where we are.
Well, the complexion of this race changed dramatically right there. On the entry into turn 3 with that accident where you see all the skid marks right here.
There's a lot of them.
Need to win races, Clint, and if you can just keep your car rolling for the rest of the day, not make any mistakes, you're going to have a shot with this small group of cars that you have in the front.
And I want you to remember what I said before we went to that break about Tyler Reddick and his win at Atlanta.
That thing was tore up pretty good. These cars are tough. As long as the alignment and the mechanical side of the thing is still intact, you can stay in that draft with these with some body damage for sure. Yeah, and even when they win, they have beat up bumpers, tire marks down the sides.
A missing front fender.
Yeah,
I think what I'm getting at is, I think there's several of these cars that were involved on that list that you showed. They're still going to be able to get back in this thing, get them established, and possibly pull off a win. But you're right, Chastain, in dire need of a win, is certainly in a great position for today.
Well, you've got Chastain, you've got Gilliland, Busher, Priest, Ware, Stenhouse.
You get farther than that, I don't know how much damage I'm going to need a lap or two. All right, there's more to the progressive race summary than everybody crashed. Here is the latest of 13 leaders. We've had 27 lead changes. There are 20 cars on the lead lap as we clean up just the second caution of the day. Yeah, why would Christopher Bell, Adam Stevens, his crew chief, leave him out? One, he's up there leading the race. We know, especially with these cautions, they can make it to then stage 2. I still like the strategy that Charles tonight did in that first stage. Flipping that stage, coming in, maybe just topping off, and you get up a bunch of track position. I know Bubba's in the garage area torn up, but I really like that strategy. Halfway through stage 2, which is just 45 laps long, stage 3 is the same.
Yeah, when I saw that wreck earlier, I look at this onboard here of Tyler Reddick on his Rockstar Energy drink camera. I mean, I thought he was in big trouble, but
I thought Reddick was done.
It was had a lot of damage that we showed. I remember seeing front end damage.
I thought he was done for the day.
Just like that. Look just like William Byron's
like
24 car.
Yep. All right, let's get back to it. Halfway through stage number 2. Pace car pulls off. Ross Chastain inside of Tristan Bell, Chevy versus Toyota on this restart.
All right, Christopher Bell and Ross Chastain, the new front row for the ensuing restart. We're going to have 22 laps to go in stage number 2. Green flag back in the air. Bell, the control car on the outside of row number 1. Chastain down on the bottom. Got the 17 of Chris Buescher pushing Bell on the second row of the outside lane. And row 2 on the inside, Todd Gilliland, the runner-up from last fall, still in this race. He's pushing Chastain. A bad push up at the front of the pack from a couple cars. One into another, sent Bubba Wallace around, sparking a 25-car incident entering turn 3 in the middle of this second stage. A red flag that lasted nearly 10 minutes. Back to racing again. Just over the 2-hour mark into this race. In total today, we still got about 66 laps to go. Only 20 cars on the lead lap following the big one. Stage points yet to be awarded, and obviously a race win a little bit later on as well. There are some teams that are working on the race cars to try to get them back out here and salvage every point that they can. 1 point per position, so if there are teams in the garage area that can return to the racetrack, they could bypass severals for position. Drivers that are so far in the garage area and or out of the race that were involved in that crash would include Kyle Larson, Josh Berry, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Cole Custer, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Joey Gase, Chase Briscoe. Those are the drivers that are for sure out of the race following that last crash. 20 laps to go now in stage 2. Chastain down to the bottom of the racetrack in front of Todd Gilliland, clear of the pack into turns 1 and 2. And down the back straightaway again. Huge head of steam. Up on the outside lane. Buescher pushing Bell forward. Gilliland a shot to Chastain before entering in turns 3 and 4. Oh, two cars hard up against the outside wall. Ty Gibbs. And I think Kyle Busch, but it's hard for me to tell who that was. That was a massive impact for Gibbs off the exit of turn 4.
Remember seeing in the big one, got it fixed and back out, and I'm thinking the time that they had to get to a replay to make sure he is okay. That's as hard a hit as you can have, isn't it? Yeah, whenever. When that right front tire goes down like that and just shoots straight into the fence. Never fun, Clint. Be able to see him. I think there he is at the right side.
Michael McDowell was the other one involved, by the way. McDowell and Gibbs.
See the barrels fold up near the front of the car right there. I just wonder. Let's watch the driver shot of Ty Gibbs, number 54. Oh, you heard it. Oh. And that video looks violent. 200-mile-an-hour blow right front tire and hit the wall. That is an extremely hard hit. It looks violent, it sounds violent, but you know the way that these cars crash and the instant whip that it gives you, just we can't even keep up with it in our television cameras unless we slow it way down to see how far he moves forward. But massive hit. Earlier this week, a well-known online pundit said race car drivers are not athletes.
I wonder who said that. I have no idea who said that, to be completely honest. Chat might have to help me out on that one. Well, Ty Gibbs wasn't taken out of the race from the big one. He's taken out now. I'm not sure if he was on the lead lap still when he had crashed. I think he was, because there was 20 cars on the lead lap. So those quick repairs to try to keep him out there obviously were not good enough, and he ends up falling a lap down. Kyle Busch going to get the free pass in the 20th place position. He's back on the lead lap. He was also caught up in the big one at one point in time. So we'll be back to 20 cars on the lead lap again, and now even less laps to go to the end of stage 2 when we get back to racing. Second caution for incident, both of which here in stage 2 at the Talladega Superspeedway. Ross Chastain, the leader at the time of the caution. Christopher Bell in second. Todd Gilliland third. Chris Buescher fourth. Cody Ware in fifth. Sixth place is Ryan Preece. Seventh for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Chase Elliott eighth. A.J. Allmendinger ninth. And Alex Bowman rounding out the top 10 with Zane Smith in 11th. And Tyler Reddick in 12th, still in this thing to try to go for win number 6. He was involved in the big one, and I thought he had too much damage to continue. Not only can he continue, he's still on the lead lap. I mean, it's quite unbelievable, honestly. And with only half the cars in the race on the lead lap, I'm not counting him out by any means. I counted him out at Atlanta when he had that parachute on the right front fender of his race car. In fact, the fender was just completely missing, and I just thought the right front tire exposed was going to act as a parachute. It did not. And haven't had a great look of the exterior of his race car since we got back racing again, but man, oh man. And that thing was skewed, and they made some quick work to get him back out there. Credit to the 45 team as a whole. DHP, thanks for tuning in. I don't know if I shout out Pete Creamer yet. I know you've been in the stream for a little bit as well. Thank you to all tuning in. William Walton Jr., who's left in the race. I could roll through the cars that are on the lead lap right now. So we'll go through the running order by way of the lead lap cars. There are 19 of them, and Kyle Busch in 20th just got the free pass, so he'll be back in the lead lap. So Chastain leads, Christopher Bell second, Todd Gilliland third, Chris Buescher fourth, Cody Ware fifth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in sixth, Ryan Preece seventh, Chase Elliott eighth, A.J. Allmendinger ninth, Alex Bowman 10th, Tyler Reddick in 11th, Zane Smith 12th, John Hunter Nemechek 13th, Carson Hocevar 14th, Shane Van Gisbergen 15th, 16th for Noah Gragson, Austin Dillon 17th, Daniel Suarez 18th, Eric Jones 19th, and 20th. Again, Kyle Busch just got the free pass. He's back on the lead lap. So those are the 20 cars that are on the lead lap in this race. There are still several that are on track one lap down. There are 4 drivers one lap down right now. Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Denny Hamlin, and Jesse Love. And Hamlin is a lap down because of a pit road speeding penalty under green flag conditions all the way back at stage 1. He has yet to get back on the lead lap in a free pass position with the 3 cautions we have had. 2 per incident, 1 brought out a red flag in the stage break since. Here's Kyle Larson with Jamie Little outside the infield care center. That was moments ago.
Talladega, but we got ourselves back there after the first pit stop, but we didn't get as much fuel in it, I think, as we needed to, and then, I was saving, got, shuffled the back, and then, just didn't, had to take a lot of fuel in the pit stop, and it was in the back, lost the draft, so we had to restart in the back there to start that stage, and then it was getting kind of hairy, so not surprised to get, wrapped up in that crash, but just sucks.
That's Kyle Larson, and now let's join Jamie live.
And Ryan Blaney now out of the race officially, just got checked and released. And we're hearing from different drivers and what they're saying about this car and the instability. What were you dealing with out there?
Yeah, I mean, the wreck, I just feel like we kind of just all got pinballing off each other a little bit. What I've seen, it kind of, just kind of bumping, and they're unstable. It turned Bubba to the top, and the outside leg was there, and he got clipped. So I don't know, just one of those things. We kind of all just it closed tight, quick. We all got pinballing, and we've seen that so many times. Like, you kind of get pinballing off each other. You're trying to lift and kind of check, and next thing you know, that someone, or not someone, but everybody wrecks. So unfortunate. I think we were in the middle of it. I don't really know if there's anyone to blame. We kind of just got all bouncing off each other, but it's a shame that cars got tore up. I appreciate the Worth group for being with us. I thought our car was really fast, and we did a great job in stage 1 of hitting the strategy right and one stopping it, and set ourselves up really good for stage 2. And unfortunately, won't be able to finish. Hopefully, there's still some Fords out there where we can get a blue oval in victory lane, but I hate it for our group, and let's move on and go to Texas.
Thanks, Ryan. We'll see you there.
Worth will be the title sponsor next week in Texas. Denny Hamlin's view of the big one back at lap 116 in Talladega.
Well, Hamlin made it through it. The problem is he's still a lap down. Good news is he's guaranteed at least one more caution with the end of stage 2. The lack of cars in the field, I would like to think that the ability for there to be any more yellows, or a variety of which, is going to be slimmer and slimmer, especially when you consider we went so long without a caution with all 40 cars on the track at the same time a little bit earlier on as well. So under a caution flag condition for the 3rd time today, just with these last 2 wrecks alone, it feels like we've had more than 2 yellows, but that is not the case. Because stage 1, 98 laps, went caution free, just past half of the race. Slow pace no longer. Fast pace, no longer here at Talladega. 93 likes on the stream. Appreciate everybody hitting that like button thus far. Stephen A. Smith said that. Was it actually Stephen A. Smith? He's not even an athlete himself. That's the worst part. They must have been talking about like Tyler Reddick or Michael Jordan or something on First Take, and he was like, oh, they're not athletes. I don't know. If it was Stephen A. Smith, then. Reddick can win at Atlanta without a fender. I wouldn't count him out either. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if he's still on the lead lap, I'm not counting him out. I don't care what kind of damage or non-damage he has. He's in 11th, and there are only 20 cars on the lead lap. His chances have gone up significantly. And just like the driver caliber of who we still have left in this race as well, I mean, there's a high probability he's definitely going to be in contention. Extend his points lead, get some stage points, and then get a good finish.
Pretty early, but it's an opportunity to get back in here, put some more patches. Now the race is going to be to get back on the lead lap because there are 4 drivers 1 lap down. Cedric, Ty Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Jesse Love, all 1 lap down. That's a good point. Something we need to keep track of here for sure. Hamlin, he needed that 20 car to pit. He could have got hit back in easy bit. And since the 20 did not pit, nobody could take the name around. So here we come on the racing line.
All right, green flag back in the air. Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell on the front row for the second consecutive restart. Got a couple laps into that last run before the Ty Gibbs right front tire failure, so now we're back at it again. Good push on the restart for Gilliland to Chastain. He's clear of the pack. Bell hanging on to that right rear corner panel of Gilliland for second place. He was getting pushed all the way through the corner as well by the car behind him, Chris Buescher. Chastain moves up in front of Bell. Both Bell and Chastain are clear. And they will stay in that second line of cars for right now, while Gilliland going backwards in that lower line with Cody Ware trying to push him forward. Top 3 cars are now single file. And the outside still got some decent momentum. Until now, Chris Buescher moves from the outside in third place down to the bottom, and you got 2 Fords now linked up together between Buescher for RFK and a front row motorsport Ford of Todd Gilliland. Chastain moves down to block it. Bell gets a push from behind and keeps the outside lane momentum up again. 13 laps to go in Stage 2 at Talladega. Again, top 10 will receive stage points, and we will have our final pit stop of the day at some point. Either during the end of Stage 2, we still could see some green flag pit stops and drivers splitting to the end. They were outside the window to make it on fuel to the end from where we just restarted, which was with 59 laps to go in the race entirely. Going to be the Bell and Chastain show, and we'll see how long these guys are going to be gridlocked together. It's going to be a lot harder, I think, for a third lane to maybe form off of the gridlocking with half of the cars remaining in this race. 3 wide, somebody gets split in the middle. I think Zane Smith gets moved up off the bottom. Carson Hocevar with an aggressive move to try to pick up a spot while still being boxed in on that double yellow line. He's in a position to try to get some stage points at the very least inside the top 10. He comes into this race in the top 16 in points, 12th in the standings entering today is Hocevar. Still a lot of dancing going around in the front row right now. Ross Chastain is the car moving back and forth off the front bumper of Chris Buescher. I would not doubt that Gilliland was pushing Buescher into Chastain as well. Get the 2 different manufacturers together, and that's where the noses really don't align right. What sparked that big one was Ross Chastain kind of finishing off the 23 of Bubba Wallace after he was getting hit by a couple of Fords behind him. I wouldn't doubt that he got hit off center and then ended up off centering Wallace, and 2 wrongs definitely don't make a right. The only right there was Bubba Wallace taking a right-hand turn into the outside wall. That's a different kind of right. All right, Christopher Bell got his first drafting style oval win at Atlanta last season in the spring, but he has not won on a traditional superspeedway, Daytona or Talladega, outside of a dual race at Daytona, but a standard points-paying race he has not yet won one. He's in contention again here. He's got several top 10s at Talladega, but again, no wins to show for. Chastain, the 2022 spring race winner. Chris Buescher, a drafting oval win in the summer race at Daytona back in 2022, but he has not won at Talladega. Stenhouse, a 2-time Dega winner and a 2-time Daytona winner. Todd Gilliland, Ryan Preece finished second place across the start-finish line in both races last season. Gilliland in the fall and Preece in the spring. Though the spring race for Preece, he did get DQ'd and ended up at the back. All those drivers up in contention at the front of the field. Alex Bowman in the 48 still in this thing for Hendrick Motorsports. Chase Elliott in the 9. Was able to win at Atlanta last summer after a big one had wiped out almost half the field or more. Dwindled down to a half a pack, made it through the crash that day, made it through here today. Can he replicate what he did last summer in Atlanta? He's a two-time Talladega winner as well, one of which in the next-gen car. Tyler Reddick is now up inside the top 10. He started on pole, he led 2 laps today, and he has won in every race he has led at least 1 lap. He led 2 laps right off the rip, and that was it. He fell to the back of the lead pack, but now he's working his way forward again. I wouldn't say survived the incident. He did survive the incident because he's not out of the race, but he was involved. That car was skewed, like several others. Great work by that 45 team again to get those quick fixes, keep him on the lead lap. And not make quick enough fixes like Ty Gibbs and the 54 team made to keep him on the lead lap where he ends up blowing a right front tire because of damage anyway. Reddick's still running, and he's been at speed for several green flag laps now. I'd like to think that he's clear. And because he's in the pack and making his way through the field and getting all the way up into that 9th place position, I would like to think he's going to be for sure a contender in this one. A lot of people are getting tired of Reddick winning all these races. I love seeing history every week. If he goes 6 of 10, I'm glad I'm here to witness it. Insane thing would be is that he goes 3 for 3 on the super speedway races to start the season too. They call this race a lottery, and then he ends up winning all 3 of them. Might be the luckiest man on planet Earth. He has won here before, and it was a last lap pass in the 2024 spring race on Brad Keselowski through the tri-oval. After a great push on that outside lane, Brad chose not to block, stayed in line with the Fords on the bottom, and just wasn't able to get back to the line quick enough. There was a crash in there as well where Reddick was just able to get to the lead and narrowly missed the incident as cars were coming back to the line. Typical Talladega fashion. Both RCR cars still in this race, and they were actually quick in stage 1. They were of the few able to keep up with the Toyotas that kind of dominated the first stage in the laps led department when they were outpacing the rest of the field. They didn't get the finish that they really would hope for because they had to pit twice versus once for the Fords. As Fords went for the fuel-saving measures, and that ended up helping them win the opening stage. But the Toyotas had speed, collectively. And RCR was the only group of non-Toyotas that hung with them. Oddly enough, Cody Ware in the 51 also was hanging in that pack, and he's up in the 7th place position, so he could be a sneaky good one to maybe be in contention late as well. Down to 5 laps to go in stage 2 between Bell and Chastain, nose-to-nose at the front of the field. Leaders are working their way through turns 1 and 2 at the moment. Got a couple cars at the tail end of this lead pack trying to go to the outside and make some moves. Carson Hocevar in the 77, the first of which he had 1 car behind him. Didn't really make up enough of those spots and jumped right back in line on the outside at the tail end of the lead draft. Kyle Busch, after getting the free pass at 20th, did have to restart behind all the lap cars on the racetrack as well, so he's done a great job to get himself up into 12th place right now. And he also was involved in the big one. Much like Tyler Reddick, it still has speed to keep up with these lead cars and make passes. 4 laps to go now. There is a lap car that is not that far in front of the leaders. And this could be interesting. Maybe shaking the running order up a bit if they do try to pass that lap car. Lap are going to stay around the outside lane near the wall where nobody is running out of the way. And that would be Jesse Love in the 33. Good job by Love getting out of the way for the leaders. Eric Jones in the 43 starting a 3rd lane up on the outside, and he's got a few cars to go with him. Carson Hocevar, one of which to do so yet again. They had 4 cars in line, but 2 of them bailed out at the tail end of that draft. Now it's just Jones and Hocevar. They were up around 10th, and now going to the back of this line of 20 cars yet again. 3 laps to go in the stage. Christopher Bell clear the pack. Lane changing from the inside to the outside, and now he has Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to push him. Couple of RFK Fords pretty close to one another in the running order. Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece. Preece, remember, won stage 1. Preece, another driver that is still in this race. Not only won the opening stage, but he is inside the top 16 in points. 13th coming into the day. If he scores more stage points than any driver in the field, he is going to put himself some distance between himself and 17th in the standings. And maybe even move inside the top 10, depending on who all is wrecked out of the race that was ahead of him in points. I know Joey Logano was around him in the standings. He's out. Same for Brad Keselowski. A few others. Denny Hamlin on pit road. Splash and go. He will not be racing for the free pass position. I think he's going to go for the wave around here. Smart move by the 11 team. None of the lead lap cars in this lead pack came to pit road minus Denny Hamlin that last time by. So Hamlin will be able to stay out at the stage end and take the wave around to get back on the lead lap. So he's not sacrificing anything. Great call by the 11. Take the wave around, get back in it. He tried to race his way to the front in stage 3. After spending pretty much the entire race a lap down. Christopher Bell clear at the start-finish line and leads with 1 lap to go in stage 2. Pulls down to the double yellow line in front of Ross Chastain. We saw 1 car spin off the front bumper of Chastain already once today because of several pushes from behind. See how they get pushing down the backstretch. Chastain not wanting to push, moves up in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Crossover move from the top back to the bottom, and Chastain is going to lead by about a half a car length into turns 3 and 4. And he's got the 17 of Chris Buescher right there. Exit of turn 4. Chastain clear the pack, but is he too far out ahead? Bell gets a shot from Stenhouse. Chastain stays to the bottom with Chris Buescher still in his rearview mirror. Coming to the line, it's Chastain by about a half a car length who will hold on to win stage 2 at Talladega. Ross Chastain first, Christopher Bell second, Chris Buescher third, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. fourth, and Todd Gilliland rounds out the top 5 and 5th. 6th for Ryan Preece, Cody Ware 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Chase Elliott 9th, and Zane Smith will round out the top 10. 1 point per position for those stage results. 10 points for first, all the way down to 1 point for 10th. That was a much-needed stage win for Chastain. He came into the race 20th in points. It's been an abysmal season so far. We have not seen Trackhouse perform well, even on the mile-and-a-half tracks, which was the strength for Trackhouse Racing last season. Last week at Kansas, he was running outside the top 20 the entire day, as was his teammates Connor Zilic and Shane Van Gisbergen. It's been a lot of woes as a team as a whole. All 3 of them are outside of the chase cut line, but 2 of which, Shane Van Gisbergen and Ross Chastain, are still on the lead lap. It's still in this race today. And as for Chastain, getting some much-needed stage points. Tyler Reddick fell back to 15th there on the final couple laps, so he doesn't get any stage points in stage 2. As the points leader, the good news is for him is that Denny Hamlin didn't get any stage points today. He came in second in points after being a lap down all day. Hamlin will be back on the lead lap. Ryan Blaney third in points, out of the race because of the crash. Ty Gibbs out of the race with a crash. He was 4th in the standings. Kyle Larson out of the race with a crash. He was 5th in points. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the point standings, all out of the race in a DNF, and will finish outside the top 30. And then you have to factor in that Denny Hamlin gets 0 stage points today. He was 2nd in points coming in, and Tyler Reddick doesn't get any either. So top 5 in points, all no stage points. Chase Elliott, who was 6th in points entering the day, gets 2 stage points in stage number 2, finishes 9th. So while it is wide open, all the drivers at the top of the point standings are the ones that are having the problems, it seems. So maybe a chance for some of those mid-pack drivers or drivers in the back half of the top 10 in points to close that gap a bit, like a Ryan Preece, who's got a stage win, comes in 13th. Carson Hocevar 12th in points. Maybe they can not only break into the top 10, but get themselves within a fighting chance to get into the top 5 in points within a couple more good runs in next and upcoming weeks. As we've reached the end of Stage 2, we're going to close out our chat poll at 168 votes for who is going to win today's race. Of those 168 votes, somebody other than Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, and Brad Keselowski earning the majority of the votes, 58% of which 17% taking Tyler Reddick, 14% for Brad Keselowski, and 11% for Ryan Blaney. My pick was Brad K. Here today. He is out of the race. Blaney out as well. Reddick still in it. So far, Blaney will finish 37th. Brad Keselowski is 33rd. And I think Keselowski's actually came back onto the racetrack because he was with Blaney, Custer, Logano, and Larson at the same, Wallace as well, as the same lap. So I believe Keselowski came from the garage back on the track, and he's made up a couple more spots. Just past Byron in the leaderboard. He's going to get by Gibbs this lap. Yep, there he goes, up to 32nd now. Michael McDowell's in that crash with Gibbs, so in another lap, he'll bypass Michael McDowell, and just like that, he's up to 30th after being outside the top 35. So it's a handful of points for Keselowski, which is big as he comes into the day, 9th in the standings, I believe, actually. It's scrolling across the top of the screen, but I can't actually see the top of the screen on my end. That's just for you guys specifically. I have to actually go back to NASCAR.com and look at the points to get that all situated out. So I have William Byron in my garage at the end of the first two stages, and that's because Keselowski and Logano had some stage points just by getting caught up in that wreck. Cindric's still in the race, but was a lap down there towards the end of stage 2. Denny Hamlin should get the wave around, and he'll get back on the lead lap once every lead lap car pits at the end of the stage. Austin Cindric was the first car lap down in 21st as well. So Hamlin will be able to get the wave around. Austin Cindric will get the free pass. And Ty Dillon, I'm not sure if he might have short pitted and done the same strategy as Hamlin or not. So we'll have to wait to see if he takes the wave around and perhaps gets back on the lead lap as well. Jesse Love went a lap down in the closing laps of that stage. He is now 2 down with damage from the big one still. Pit road should be open this time by.
Cars did the first time by, lap down cars. The second time the pace car brings them by. Pit road's going to be a busy place, Josh.
Let's start with the one of Ross Chastain, your stage 2 winner, leading 22 laps so far in this race. Happy with the car right now. It's going to be 4 tires and fuel and a go on the jack for the one car. Let's go to the 47. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. put himself in position. It's going to be fuel and 2 tires on the right side for the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse, Regan.
Well, Chris Buescher loves that 17 car and said it's very stable. You see 2 tires right there for him. Said it's very stable compared to others. In the 20, Christopher Bell, he exclaimed, "We survived." They said stop short to make sure he could get out of the pits, but you see extra fuel needed, like you guys noted. Chris Buescher's going to win that race off pit road. And we have 42 laps to go.
All right, so about half the field out of this race, or at least race contention for the win because of the big one, the gigantic one in the middle going of stage 2. It was our first of 2 cautions for incident. Then we also saw Michael McDowell and Ty Gibbs get collected in a crash off turn 4 after Gibbs had a right front tire failure. Unfortunately, McDowell was to his outside. Gibbs was in the middle of 3 wide at the time and kind of took McDowell with him. They're both out of the race as well. Hard hit for Ty Gibbs. Luckily, he did exit the infield care center, get back out of the car under his own power as well there. So again, just a reminder, Cindric gets the free pass. Hamlin at least will get the wave around. We'll see if Ty Dillon does as well. If Ty Dillon gets the wave around, we'll have 23 cars on the lead lap, but we're at least going to see 22, unless somebody stays out of the pits, then Denny Hamlin's still a lap down. So he does have to hope that each of the top 20 come to pit road. for him to get the wave around. But because nobody hit pit road under green leading up to the caution, I doubt anybody's going to try to stay out here because you can make it on fuel to the end with this final stop, and actually could make it there as well from even when Hamlin pitted with about 3 laps to go yet in stage 2 under the green flag spot. Fourth caution of the day, and this is our second stage break. 2 cautions for incident. 34 lead changes through 145 laps. 2 hours and 30 minutes into the race. 17 laps spent under the yellow. Ross Chastain, your stage 2 winner. Stage 1 winner today, Ryan Preece. Pit road is open during the commercial break right now, and it looks like Ty Dillon's on pit road of the lappers, so he's got some damage he's looking to repair. So Ty Dillon not taking the wave around, so we will have 22 cars on the lead lap if Hamlin does take the wave around. He was hoping to under the caution for the big one, but Christopher Bell stayed out of the pits to go fuel only, or stayed out of the pits when everybody else did pit. Kept his track position. And it worked out for Bell because he ends up finishing second in stage 2, so can't blame him for staying out of the pits there. Everybody's on their own agenda, even with teammates involved. Can't help a teammate at all costs. At some point, you just got to get those 9 stage points. Bell knows there's a lot of guys in the top 10 in points that are out of the race now. And he came in 10th in the standings. He's got a good shot to jump them. We'll take another look at points because I want to verify just how many spots Bell could take away with a good points day today. He's already got the 9 stage points. Let's look at the drivers that are ahead of him that are out of the race. There's quite a few. So here's Christopher Bell. He's minus 196. He is 53 points behind Kyle Larson. If he wins today's race and with the 9 stage points he just scored here in stage 2, he is going to end up with a 55-point performance for the win plus 9 stage points at 63 points. So he would jump Larson, who's out of the race. He would jump Byron, who's out of the race. Wallace is out. Keselowski is out. So he would already move up from 10th to 6th. Chase Elliott only gets 2 stage points there. So depending on where Chase Elliott finishes, he might not catch him. He could also catch Ty Gibbs. Gibbs is out of the race. He's only another 5 points ahead of Larson. So if Christopher Bell wins this race today, he's going to go from 10th to at least 5th in points with a win. That is why this is going to be a massive swing for Christopher Bell if he can pull this off. And he's obviously in contention running second at the end of stage 2 there. I mean, you talk about a huge jump in the point standings. He might be almost 200 out from Reddick. He can eat some of that away. But you want to be as high up in the point standings at the end of the regular season to give yourself the best spot at the chase because you got those 5-point increments. So being 10th versus being 5th, that's 25 points at the end of the regular season.
Right here, it's right here. Buckle up, back to the booth.
Have fun down there, fellas. We still have 40 laps to go, and we still have 21 cars on the lead lap. Shane Van Gisbergen going to be the last of those. He got busted for speeding on this pit stop. So still a lot to go here, and we have yet to see the different manufacturers, the different team organizations. If we're going to try and catch up, I guess now is the time to find your friends if you still have any.
Well, it's hard to find them now because of the fact that, that, like you said, the speed of the pack is so far up, and those big runs, and the pack getting broke up with less
those cars makes it more difficult. So you're going to kind of have to dance with whoever you've got at this point to try to win the race.
Well, the one thing that I think we've taken note of quite well is those Toyotas are light on their feet as they get pushed, and the 20 was all over the place there in the closing laps of that stage. Obviously, the 23 got pushed and turned around to cause the big one. But I'm watching Chastain get pushed, and that thing is super solid. Doesn't move around. That's a really good pusher behind him. And Buscher, strength in numbers, like you said. The Chevrolets have, what they have, 7 or 8 of them still alive and in the top 10. And obviously, those Fords are going to be strong with Priest and Buscher there.
Well, let's check out the Pod's big move of the race. And it's going to be Austin Cindric weaving his way through this. Now, he was involved, but pulled away, stayed in contention, and now he is back on the lead lap.
Yeah, was able to hold on there and got the lucky dog at the end of that stage and got his lap back. That car, we can't say it enough. These things are tanks. Very strong. Reddick won at Atlanta with no right front fender. His Daytona 500 had damage on it. With that win, I don't think those guys are out of this thing.
RFK maxing out on stage points. Ryan Preece and Chris Buscher ahead of Chastain, who just won stage 2.
Yeah, great points today for those teammates, RFK, Buscher, and Preece. And Chastain, again, I think that number 1 car is looking mighty fine for the end of this race.
A lot of Fords in that group, even some guys that are not in the race, and that's one reason why you want to race for those stage points at the beginning of these races, to cover yourself if you have an accident like we did in stage 2. And having another accident is not out of the question here, because you're going to have to be really, really aggressive to make ground on these pushes.
Hocevar right up there looking for his first win. Bowman, haven't seen or said his name much today. A great spot in that 48 car.
So Denny Hamlin pitted with 1 to go, so he did not wave around back to the lead lap. It'll be Hamlin and Ty Dillon 1 lap down to battle for the free pass.
All right, 38 laps to go to make it to the end. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Chris Buscher in the 17 is the race leader as he gets a great launch out of the restart zone and headed through turns 1 and 2. Didn't really need a push to do so. He just had a great launch. Alex Bowman in the 48 was on the inside of row number 1. Couldn't quite keep up there with him. Carson Hocevar up in the mix as well in the 77 for Spire Motorsports. Hops down to the inside with Alex Bowman. Mirror driving is Chris Buscher to keep that 77 behind him. I don't know that that's going to last very long. Knowing Hocevar, he's going to try to get to the front of a line as quickly as he possibly can and get to the lead as he slips to the outside of Buscher. That's exactly what he's looking to do. Got a shot from behind into the tri-oval as well. And here comes Hurricane Carson Hocevar to the lead. Leads his first lap of the line by 6 1/1000ths of a second over Chris Buscher. Buscher back to heading the bottom in front of Alex Bowman in the 48. Eric Jones in the 43 is the push car behind the 77. A hodgepodge of manufacturers at the front of the field, and none of them are really co-aligned with one another, nose to tail, at least in the front couple of rows. Chevy, Toyota, Chevy lined up together. Ford, Chevy lined up together on the inside. The outside was the Chevy, Toyota, Chevy. Chase Elliott into Jones. Jones into Hocevar. Hocevar got a little loose there into the tri-oval. That broke his momentum a little bit. Now he's trying to hug and side draft Chris Buscher to keep from losing too much more ground, and Buscher will lead that lap at the line. Another lead change up to 39 now on the race. It stayed gridlocked for a while on those longer green flag runs in stage 2 when we did have them. When it was double wide after half the pack got swiped away because of the big one in the middle of the stage. That last 13 to 14 lap green flag run, it was pretty much 2x2, and it was all Bell and Chastain when they had the track position. A little bit of a slower pit stop for both the 20 and the 1. They were leading the pack. They had to take a little bit more fuel. Chastain now sits 12th, while Bell is in 14th. So there was some definite time lost. Everybody going to be good on fuel to the end of the race. And honestly, even with an overtime or two, I think they should be able to make it with going green when they did. The estimated fuel window is 42 to 50 laps, and that's green flag laps. So going green with 39 laps to go, it's a pretty good spot for them. Not going to see a lot of saving. Some of the fastest laps of the race have been ran between the end of Stage 2 and the early part of Stage 3. Carson Hocevar ran his fastest lap at lap 143. It was a 48.686. Last lap he ran was a 49.113, leading the pack. And you're probably not going to be the quickest car in line leading the pack because of no drafting help in front of you. Be the one to get pushed. I think the next question is does anybody step out of line and try to make a move to get towards the front of the pack, primarily in that third groove? Hocevar getting a massive shot from Eric Jones yet again. Chooses to stay on the outside for now. I was wondering if he was going to move to the bottom with Chris Buescher. He didn't. Stays with Eric Jones. Buescher squeezes back to the inside of Hocevar as Carson leaves that lane open. Nose back out in front for the 17 yet again. I mean, with them being gridlocked right now, I've seen this before on the super speedways, and especially here at Talladega still, that not only it's going to be hard for that third lane to get going, especially with half the cars in the field, we're not seeing like the spacing in between car to car, nose to tail, like we did at Daytona and at Atlanta when we'd have lesser car counts to the finish of a race. I think it's going to take a lot of lane changing back and forth for a single car or both of the front cars at the front of their lines to cause some dysfunction and really start to break this pack up and make things wider than what they are at the moment. It's still a little early to do that with just north of 30 laps to go. Top 10 in the running order. Chris Buescher leading. Carson Hocevar in second. Eric Jones third. Alex Bowman fourth. Chase Elliott in fifth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in sixth place. Seventh for Ryan Preece. Cody Ware eighth. Austin Dillon ninth. And Zane Smith rounding out the top 10. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC. Full flag-to-flag coverage continues of the Jack Links 500 at Talladega. 31 laps to go. Quite a few cars with damage still at the tail end of the pack. Daniel Suarez was another one I noticed had quite a bit of damage. And he's on the lead lap with a little bit of that bare bond around the left rear corner panel of his race car. Denny Hamlin, by the way, was not able to get the wave around at the end of the stage like he had hoped for pitting before the stage end. That's because not everybody came to pit road during the stage break itself. So now he's going to have to race with Ty Dillon to get to the free pass position. And as of right now, Ty Dillon is the first car one lap down. Dillon and Hamlin are the only two racing each other at the moment. The top 21 cars that are on the lead lap are all within a second of the leader in this lead pack. And then Riley Herbst, Daniel Dye, Jesse Love, who are still on track 2 laps down, are 24th through 26th. Connor Zilch 3 laps down, and several others even more laps down than that on the racetrack. Chris Buescher back clear of the pack, staying down in the bottom lane. And I'm pretty sure these drivers know that they need to keep things organized. These drivers, meaning Carson Hocevar and Chris Buescher, as they lead their lines. Because this is going to get them in the best position to win this race. And if they don't win, they're going to be right there in second. And it's going to come down to the two of these cars. That I don't think anybody steps out. The only way somebody, I think, steps out is if Jones or Bowman in a closing lap situation, last lap or two, is able to push themselves and the car in front of them clear of the pack. Then they can kind of, back off, create a run, do what they need on their own, but they're not going to be able to being boxed in 2x2, especially Bowman on the bottom because he's got another car pinned down on the outside, not giving him a lot of room. That would be Jones. Jones at least has the outside lane to go with, but it's a longer way around the racetrack, and unless somebody goes up there with him, he's not going to be able to create a run on the car in front. Also, by pulling out a line, say on Carson Hocevar, the second line is going to dissipate energy. He's going to take the extra time to go to the outside. And in doing that, the inside line's just going to stay nose to tail single file, and they're going to end up pulling them. So that's why you don't really see a lot of these drivers trying to make these moves because they're just not going to have the momentum going forward enough for them to make ground, and it would be much more of a risk of losing it. Pack gets split up just a little bit more with Tyler Reddick in the 45 car having a little bit of problems, and caution flag is going to be out for Tyler Reddick as looks like he had slapped the walls in turns 1 and 2 after maybe a little bit of damage to that race car rubbing on a tire, perhaps.
A lot of kind of the same thing that,
Not as hard of a hit as Ty Gibbs, but a right front tire failure for Reddick nonetheless. Almost took Ty Dillon with him.
it's on the right front tire, so it could have been from something coming loose or rubbing up there, or he's got a handling condition where the car's too tight. Never know.
So Tyler Reddick makes it to pit road, and they will move you back. Talladega.
All right. Side-by-side commercial break, 27 laps to go under caution for the 5th time today at Talladega Super Speedway for the NASCAR Cup Series Jack Links 500. 40 lead changes thus far. Our current race leader is Carson Hocevar with Chris Buescher in second, Alex Bowman third, Eric Jones fourth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. fifth, and Chase Elliott up to 6th place. 98 likes on the stream. We're a couple away from 100. Our like goal coming into this stream here today was 150, so if you haven't hit the like button yet, be sure to do so. Subscribe for more NASCAR content along the way. We're live every NASCAR race weekend for Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series racing, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. No practice scheduled for this week across the top 3 series, and qualifying rained out yesterday. And with the trucks off, we ended up having a couple less streams than we usually would on a typical weekend. We did do an ARCA race stream yesterday. First-time winner Andy Jankowiak, and in the O'Reilly race, we got to see Corey Day win his first career race in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. So 26 laps to go. Who is going to win? Place your picks in the chat. I don't have a poll up right now, but I'm curious. Drivers up at the front of the field, maybe somebody else made it through the carnage that's up in contention you think is going to win? Like drivers who have won here before, Stenhouse, Elliott. We'll see if that 45 car is going to be able to stand the lead lap or not. Ty Dillon gets the free pass in 22nd, so Denny Hamlin's still a lap down in 23rd. If Hamlin can catch one more caution, he'll get the free pass at last because he would be the only car one lap down. Unless he has to race Tyler Reddick for it. If Reddick loses the lap and stays in the race. I don't think the cleanup is going to be too much longer, and we should get back to racing here shortly.
Both far in position. We talked about the scenario earlier today in the hauler. If you could get him up there, which you got him up there. What do you say to him now? Yeah, I mean, the key for us right now is just make it to those last couple laps. We need to try to maintain our position up here, run a smart race until he gets inside a couple to go. And then, we've worked on some different plans. I think we've learned some things at super speedways earlier this year for what we need to do on the last lap. I think we're ready for the moment, so we got to get ourselves there first. All right, good luck into there.
Husvar is second to Chris Buescher. 12 Chevys, 6 Fords, and 4 Toyotas on the lead lap at Talladega with 25 to go.
All right, 25 to go. Still circuiting under caution with Chris Buescher in the lead. It looks like Hocevar was out in front initially, but going back to timing and scoring, Chris Buescher is the leader instead. Remember, it goes back to the last scoring loop. Only a caution on the final lap. Caution on the final lap of the race would dictate where you are running at the time of caution would be the actual running order, but it goes to the last scoring loop every other caution outside of that. Dennington 32, thanks for tuning in. Ken Heel, thanks for tuning in. Christopher McComas, welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Elliott and Bowman. What other picks do we have in the chat? That was a classic quote by Tony Stewart, by the way, Steve. One of my favorite Tony Stewart quotes, in fact. Up to 105 likes on the stream as well. Full screen commercial break on Fox with the caution flag continuing here at Talladega following the Tyler Reddick tire failure and damage from the big one earlier. Surprised he went that long before having any kind of a cut tire. Ken calling for Elliott for this one. This is a race that kind of plays out to a Chase Elliott win and wins we've seen Chase Elliott get before. This is reminding me a lot of the Atlanta summer race last year that Chase Elliott had won. I said it already, half the field gets taken out in a crash. He survives. He's up in contention. The only difference is he's not, leading a bunch of laps like he was that day in Atlanta. But it's a different style of super speedway where the field's kind of gridlocked and you're basically just hoping you got the right track position on a restart to help hold it. It's just kind of stuck right around row 3 and can't get moving forward outside of that. See if the restart maybe jumbles things up a bit and he can pick off a couple more spots. Working our way down to the finish.
But she what? Doesn't like that video. It's time for you to pick a horse. Who are you picking?
Oh, you're gonna put me on the spot.
Yep.
I guess if I had to pick with the way they line up right now, I'm probably gonna take the guy that's lead. I like the way that his car drives and the things that he does on the super speedway in the past. So probably Busher.
Well, buddy, if you're gonna hang out with me tonight, you're gonna come with me and Hocevar to Chili's and celebrate our big first win. That's what you're gonna have to do if you're gonna have any fun at all.
Well, I'm not.
You're on. Let's see what happens. The best feel-good story of this day would be if Alex Bowman could win this race. What a comeback.
Great point.
That would be. There's not a bad. Look at the top 10. All the way down would be much needed. Aerial coverage. That's the aerial coverage clip. It's brought to you by Goodyear. Legends aren't born, they're proven. Packed infield. Great crowd in the grandstand. Boy, have they seen action today.
All weekend long. It wasn't just today. We saw a great ARCA race. The O'Reilly race was good. And this race is really shaping up. I mean, the big one, it's had everything. It's had strategy, chaotic strategy in the first stage. Second stage got wild. And then it's going to, it's going to come down to the end of this thing. And that magical moment off the floor, Kevin.
Well, in the ARCA race, Andy Jankowiak, first-time winner. In the other Saturday race, Corey Day, first-time winner.
Yep.
We stand here.
I know. We might see another one.
Didn't have that one on my bingo.
He did a great job.
Did. So of lead lap drivers, there are 7 who have not yet been to victory lane in the NASCAR Cup Series. Hocevar, Priest, Smith, Ware, Nemechek, Gilliland, and Gregson. The winner come from one of those 7.
I like the strength in those Chevrolets. The Fords have been solid. Jones is kind of a lone wolf up there in the top 10. Here we go.
1 Ford and 1 Toyota against 5 Chevrolets at the front of the field.
Coming to 22 to go, it's time to get established in this race. I don't care where you're at. Just keep it the track position in the front. If you're in the back, find a way.
All right, green flag is back in the air. Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar, row number 1. Hocevar on the inside. Buescher was the control car, but the shortest way around the track, it's going to be Hocevar and Alex Bowman working their way forward. Buescher actually went up the hill a little bit in turns 1 and 2 after a push in the middle of the corner by Eric Jones, and he's losing a lot of track position potentially. Does anybody try to move up into the outside in front of him is going to be the next question. I'm shocked that nobody did, because the front 4 cars were clear out of turn 2. Nobody moves up in front of Buescher. And Buescher is still in this thing. Hocevar going to move up now in front of the 17, then back down to the bottom in front of the 48 of Alex Bowman. And it's going to be 1-2 between the 17 and 77 yet again. 21 laps to go now at Talladega this time by. And Buescher did not lead that lap at the line. It was Hocevar by about 11 hundredths of a second. Up over 190 miles per hour, charging down the back straightaway. Over 195, nearly 200 at the end of the backstretch into turn 3. Were the leaders that last time by. Speeds like that, you can understand how pushes could go wrong at nearly 200 miles per hour. Buescher's car's been pretty steady. Same for Hocevar when they have been getting the pushes from behind. Same push cars as they had from before between Eric Jones and Alex Bowman as well. It just shocks me still that Bowman didn't try to move up, stayed in the bottom lane. Especially the third and fourth place cars, Austin Dillon and Zane Smith. How did they not move up in front of Chris Buescher? Like, that strikes me. Buescher clear the pack off turn 4 this time. Now they're going to be down to 20 laps to go.
I think first time you follows dancing partner Jones and Buescher.
Oh, they're all moving up.
About it's a guy that is anytime he gets a run, he's out taking. This is all we're talking about. Great communication with Buescher and his spotter. Move up, slow that line down, use it, keep this track position, working well together.
And still the same amount of Chevys behind him, but I think he upgraded with his pushers. You see him go down to the bottom lane. Like we talked earlier, having a great pusher like Stenhouse behind you is going to pay off in the end. You make a couple wrong moves right here and stay on the bottom too long.
Oh, boy.
That's it on the inside and can't get much with Bubba and it's an inside line deteriorate because of that.
And you see every time that Bowman hits the back of Eric Jones's car, it wiggles just a little bit. And it makes
Strub's speed off. Every little wiggle.
To be timid. He checks up.
Spark went to the outside here for the position.
3 Chevys lined up on the top now.
On a lap car, sometimes this will shake the field up too when they have to leave up the racetrack and kind of shakes things up a little bit. Buescher's hoping that Priest can somehow figure out how to get up there because he's outnumbered right now with what he's got around him with all the Chevys. Got that lone Toyota up there with Eric Jones. Can't be pushed in. No other friends.
His friends are very flying right now. Yeah, he's looking at nameplates. The good thing about Buescher on that inside is Buescher's stable too. As Jones gets to the back bumper, look, that thing stays steady. Push me as hard as you can. Spark comes down the cover. Then back up top.
Yeah, and he wants to cover, but he knows that he doesn't want to leave. When you get the right guy behind you, you want to try to keep him there. And I truly believe that that's the right guy behind him to have the best shot to win this race.
With even another one behind him and Elliott.
And not even because of the nameplate on the car, because of just how good Ricky is at this. And you see right now, all the way through the corner, just right on his bumper right there. It's going to keep getting more aggressive, and you see that pack. You've got 5 rows now that are starting to get super tight.
That's 19 cars within 3/4 of a second. His field is packed as tightly as it can possibly be with 2 rows. Well, you're out of time. There's no more mulligans. There's no more bailouts without a caution or something. You've got to get the track position, and if you have it, you better hold it.
And in a lot of these scenarios, it's okay. Who's the first one that's going to pop out line? And then who's going to go with him? And all those. Sometimes you got to take a chance, hoping that the guys behind you will follow you to split Hocevar and put him 3 wide in the middle or something along those lines. What's that moment going to be today?
Is that the only chance of developing a third lane?
Well, it's not going to last long. It's just going to be when they flare out, and it's going to come back together. You can only do it for a lap, maybe 2 laps before the speed starts to take effect back in the bottom and middle lane. So.
Lucky 13 to go this time by. Let's take a breath and get some trends from Larry. Well, Mike, we're way through 2026. The first 9 races, the average caution was 11 to go. Today, that would be lap 177, which is 2 laps from now. 3 overtimes include our last 2 races in Bristol and Kansas. And I told you earlier, Talladega, 20 overtime finishes all time. Well, the first-time winners, Hocevar trying to become number 13. It's like Brickhouse, Pond, Bouchard, Parsons, Bobby Hill, and never won anywhere else but here. But well, he's certainly been knocking on the door.
He's ruffled some feathers along the way, but he will be in victory lane in his sport. And he just might be here in a few minutes. Yeah, I still think you're right, Clint. That bottom lane, the weakness is that 43 car. Just from a stability standpoint, he can get himself up there and push really well, but they can't push him really hard with 2 cars pushing behind him.
But I will say that thing's got some steam.
Oh, look how hard it can push. It's a drive away from the car behind him. Great pusher.
To 11 to go. NASCAR Cup Series at Talladega. Now around the turn tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1, the NHRA Wide Nationals. And next weekend, the Truck Series from Texas, Friday, 8 p.m. on FS1. And we'll have the NASCAR Cup Series at Texas Motor.
All right, down to 11 laps to go. Still gridlocked at the front of the field between Chris Buescher and Carson Hocevar, though from the restart they've alternated lanes. That Hocevar is now on the outside with the 47 of Stenhouse behind him, and Chris Buescher on the bottom with the 43 of Eric Jones in his rearview mirror. Both the inside and outside cars have actually changed as well, because it was Stenhouse on the bottom behind Hocevar. Somehow he has ended up on the high side. And Eric Jones was actually the second car in line up high, and it was Chris Buescher in the 17 who was there with him. 10 laps to go at the line. That lap was led by Chris Buescher. Actually, Carson Hocevar. We got to update our leaderboard a little bit. It's been kind of lagging out all weekend where I'll have to refresh the page every so often, so apologize for that. It was still stuck about 10 laps ago. That is all fixed. So Carson Hocevar was able to lead the last lap back at the start-finish line by 2 1,000ths of a second. This time by, it's going to be about 1,200ths of a second, and it's still Carson Hocevar over Chris Buescher. History has been only repeating itself all weekend, not only with the first-time winners at Talladega in the ARCA race with Andy Jankowiak and in the O'Reilly race with Corey Day. Carson Hocevar would be a first-time winner ever in the NASCAR Cup Series if he could win this one here today. Also, it would be a norm of trends if this race finishes under regulation and no overtime, which is not a thing that happens at Talladega. It feels like very often. But the ARCA race finished under regulation with that 1-lap shootout right at lap 76 as scheduled. And lap 113 in the O'Reilly race, despite the fact that that ended under caution, it did finish under regulation. That being said, we might not have overtime in the NASCAR Cup Series race if things stay the way they are right now. And as organized as things have been, as far as the gridlocking 2x2, I don't really I mean, a bad push is going to be what's going to cause an incident. I'm going to say it's going to be a bad push over a bad block is going to cause a wreck if we do end up seeing one in the late going. Nobody has chosen to try to hop out of line yet in that outside lane. And again, the bottom lane is just kind of tied in to whoever's in front of them because of how tightly the outside, which is really in the middle groove of the racetrack, is kind of pinching the inside line down a bit. 7 laps to go this time by. Chris Buescher clear of the pack. Oh, we got a car around. After contact with Carson Hocevar, and I believe it's the 43 of Eric Jones as he spins towards pit road. Blows the right front tire as well, still staying green. 7 laps to go at Talladega. The race is still on. Buescher, Hocevar down around the bottom. Now Hocevar moves back to the top. Oh, Jones has slid actually into the grass on the front stretch, and he's beached with that right front tire coming apart amidst the slide down towards the infield. And the caution will weigh with 7 laps to go. So 7 laps left. Caution is out. And Eric Jones, another Toyota with another problem here today. Toyota has dominated the season, and they have only one car in the top 10 now after that slide by Eric Jones. Even if he can continue, he's going to fall off of the lead lap. And the only car in the top 10 for Toyota is Christopher Bell in 10th place. 6 yellow of the day. We've had 48 lead changes. Chris Buescher in the lead at the time of the caution. Carson Hocevar second. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in third. Alex Bowman fourth. Austin Dillon is fifth. Chase Elliott scored in the 6th place position. Then Ryan Preece 7th. Zane Smith 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. Shane Van Gisbergen in 11th. Austin Cindric 12th. Cody Ware 13th. 14th. Noah Gragson and Todd Gilliland 15th. 16th is Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez 17th, Ty Dillon 18th, AJ Allmendinger 19th, and Tyler Reddick in 20th. 21st is going to be Denny Hamlin, finally getting the free pass at last. He'll be back on the lead lap for this upcoming restart. John Hunter Nemechek a lap down in 22nd. Eric Jones just spun. He is now 23rd. 24th, Riley Herbst, Daniel Dye 25th. Connor Zilic in 26th. 27th, Jesse Love, Chad Fincham 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, Joey Gase 30th. 31st is Brad Keselowski. Michael McDowell at 32nd. 33rd for Josh Berry. Ty Gibbs in 34th. William Byron 35th. Bubba Wallace 36th. 37th Ryan Blaney. Colt Custer in 38th. 39th Joey Logano. And Kyle Larson with the last place finish today in 40th. Showing a replay of how the incident ended up happening. Hocevar got a push from Stenhouse. Knocked him off center. Hocevar then side slams the 43 of Eric Jones, who's underneath of him after getting loose off turn 4 after the push from Stenhouse. So I was right about a bad push causing an incident because it's exactly what that was. No fault of Carson Hocevar's there. He's got hit in the wrong place, and he was not squared up with the 47 car behind him, and unfortunately the 43 is the innocent bystander. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Ricky was aggressive with his pushes on Hocevar through the corners. So it wasn't the first time, but I think it was hitting him right off the exit. And again, he was not squared off with the back bumper of the 77 at all. At some point, I think he just got a lift there and miscalculated it, that's for sure. Just over 3 hours and 16 minutes, now 17 minutes and counting into the race under caution here with about 5 laps to go at Talladega. And when we get to the restart, we're not going to have many laps left. I'm curious to see if this is going to be a 2-lap restart or if we're going to get a restart with a little bit more than 2 to go, maybe 3 laps left. Tyler Reddick back on pit road for more repairs after having that damage from the big one and then a cut tire a little bit later on. That 45 car is still in the lead lap, believe it or not, after not 1 but 2 incidents. Hamlin gets his lap back, again with this caution. What's up with J&B? Thanks for tuning in. Says Hocevar wins the race. Yes, if you're watching, click like. Helps the streams out a ton. We're on the road to 150 likes is our goal for today's stream. We have over that many people watch it. We have had over that many people watch it for a little while now. So again, 114 likes actually is what we're at right now. And our goal is to get to 150, so be sure to hit the like button. It helps the streams out a ton. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We are live every NASCAR race weekend. For Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series Racing, live commentary streams just like this every weekend. Practice and qualifying as well. Our schedule for next week while we're under caution, Texas Motor Speedway is where NASCAR is headed to next week. Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series all in action. Trucks were off this week. So we'll start things off on Friday night with the Craftsman Truck Series race at the Texas Motor Speedway. That will start at 8 p.m. Eastern. So our next live commentary stream, 8 p.m. Eastern, Friday night, Craftsman Truck Series under the lights at Texas. And then a doubleheader scheduled for Saturday with Cup practice and qualifying on Saturday afternoon at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll also be live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern immediately after that for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. So about an hour in between streams or so. But 12:30 and 3:30 on Saturday, and then Eastern time again on Sunday for the NASCAR Cup Series race at Texas Motor Speedway. And that start time is going to be for us at 3 p.m. Eastern, beginning with our pre-race show. We do a pre-race for the Cup Series race stream, so we're going live at 3 with the drop of the green flag shortly after 3:30. That's our start times for next weekend. I'll reiterate those at the very end of the stream before we sign off at the end of the race as well. Stay tuned at the finish of the race where we will have interviews with the race winner. We'll go through the finishing results, Fantasy League, and that would be it for the rest of the night. All right, so Chris Buescher, control car in the restart, will take the outside of row 1. Carson Hocevar going to be on the inside of row number 1. The push car for Buescher on the restart will be Stenhouse, followed by Alex Bowman. Then row 3, Chase Elliott on the outside, Austin Dillon on the bottom. One more restart potentially to go. This is not going to be overtime either. We're going to have 3 laps to go on the restart. A quick caution, quick cleanup by NASCAR. So again, 3 laps to go on the restart. All right. Things are going to get wild. I just have a feeling it's not going to be gridlocked on this final restart and all hell's going to break loose. And a lot of that, I think, has to do with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Carson Hocevar restarting in the front 2 rows, honestly. Ricky's not a guy who's going to just sit behind and push somebody to the victory. I don't think Austin Dillon in 5th place would do that either. Carson Hocevar, I know damn well isn't going to do that. He's going to be the one to want to get pushed or make his own move. But he's at least on the front row to begin things off. All right. So Buescher outside of row 1, Hocevar inside of row 1. 3 laps to go at Talladega, and the Jack Links 500 green flag is back in the air. Hocevar had the nose out in front crossing the start-finish line. Great push by Alex Bowman in the Ally 48 Chevrolet. And they're going to be gridlocked off of turn 2, headed for the back straightaway. Hocevar is clear. Does anybody move up in front of that 17 car of Chris Buescher? Really, there wasn't a chance to do so. And Stenhouse, with a massive shot latched onto the back of the 17, now has Buescher clear, and Buescher was looking to pull down in front of Carson Hocevar, but he wasn't able to do so, and now will side draft him through the center of the corner instead to stay with him. Off the exit of turn 4, still side by side for the lead. Pushes into the tri-oval. Stenhouse tightly to the 17 car, pushes him all the way through it. Buescher's car dancing around a little bit, much more steady for Carson Hocevar, and he'll have the nose out in front into turns number 1 and 2. Carson Hocevar leads, Chris Buescher second, Alex Bowman third, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. fourth, and Chase Elliott rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Lap and a half to go at Talladega. Stenhouse almost squeezed into the middle, 3 wide. That's because Buescher couldn't handle his push, and Hocevar dancing around off the front of the 48 of Bowman as well. Hocevar cleared the pack into turn 3. Hocevar sliding up to kind of protect on the 17 of Buescher. Back down to the bottom. I don't think this is where Hocevar wants to be right now. He's going to stay to the bottom. The 48's going to be there right with him. 47 pushing Buescher into the tri-oval with a big head of steam. And coming to the white flag, it is going to be Chris Buescher out in front at Talladega. We've had a last lap pass for the win in Arco. Last lap pass for the win in O'Reilly. And now in the Cup Series, it's Hocevar trying to make a last lap pass for the win on the 17. To the inside off turn 2, and they're nose-to-nose down the back straightaway. Outside, a lot more organized, but can Chris Buescher hold on to the push from Stenhouse? Alex Bowman to the back of the 77 car as well. Hocevar still gets to the inside of Buescher. Into turns 3 and 4 one final time. It's going to be the 77 versus the 17, it looks. Who's going to get the best push as they come into the tri-oval? Nose to nose for the lead. Crash further back. Up the track goes Chris Buescher. Hocevar's got the advantage. And Carson Hocevar is going to win his first career race at Talladega. Carson Hocevar is a NASCAR Cup Series winner at last. I'm sure my mom's pretty happy about this one. She is an adopted Carson Hocevar fan. After the retirement of Kevin Harvick a couple of years ago. First one for all the Hocevar fans out there today. This kid has come so close so many times over the last calendar year plus. Carson Hocevar, first career NASCAR Cup win comes at Talladega. He's the 13th driver in NASCAR history to get his first career Cup win at this racetrack. The Chili's number 77 for Spire Motorsports. Spire's first win in the NASCAR Cup Series since the rain/lightning shortened race in the summer of Daytona with Justin Haley. This is the first time Spire Motorsports as a team has been able to win, getting to the checkered flag first at the end of a regulation race. And it was all 8 years in the making. Well, his buddy Cletus finished second yesterday. Carson Hocevar gets the win here today. I think there's going to be a party in Talladega Boulevard in the infield at some point. Solid year. 12th in points coming into this race. Gets the win. And because of how much a win is valued points-wise, he could move into the top 10 in the point standings. What a season this kid's having. Just cleaned things up a bit, and now he gets his first win. I don't know if a caution came out before the checkered flag flew. But regardless of the fact, Carson Hocevar was well ahead at the time of the caution, if the caution did fly before they got to the checkered flag. So no question about it, Carson Hocevar is our race winner here today. Shane Van Gisbergen into Ryan Preece, kind of causing that crash. Preece gets sideways and up against the fence they go. Few other cars collected, spinning back behind, trying to miss the incident. First time winner in all 3 races over the last just over 24 hours. If it isn't a finish under caution, the margin of victory across the start-finish line was just over 1/10 of a second for Carson Hocevar over Chris Buescher. Carson Hocevar led for 19 laps in today's race. Buescher for 22. 22 for Chastain, 2 for Stenhouse, 2 for Noah Gragson. 28 for Denny Hamlin. I believe he led the most. 2 for Tyler Reddick. Christopher Bell actually led 31 laps today, so I believe that was actually the most laps led 21 for Ryan Preece, 5 for Austin Dillon. 8 laps led for Chad Fincham. Chase Briscoe led for 3. Michael McDowell for 1. 17 laps led for Ty Gibbs before his retirement of the race. Bubba Wallace for 3, wrecked while leading. And then Joey Logano, 3 laps led as well. Those were all the drivers to lead. 52 lead changes, 7 cautions, 29 laps under yellow, and I believe the caution on the final lap would have been the 7th. 3 hours, 26 minutes, 7 seconds to finish 500 miles, 188 laps at Talladega.
Sure about this, but hey, it's a show. And he's got it. I knew. It's gonna be cool. Absolutely. All about this. Remember Richmond 1 year when Earnhardt's windshield got all covered, and he sat on the windowsill and drove the car and wiped the windshield.
This is a celebration. We're celebrating here. Osevar is a tall enough kid that he could probably reach the pedals like this. No problem.
I hope by the time he gets to the start finish and then our cameraman, he figures out how to stop this. That could be the problem. We couldn't figure out how to get it going. Shut it off. Zero the ignition. That's pretty cool. Being able to sit like that with the. But that's why you like this kid. Yes, he's a thinker. Always thinking outside the box and doing something different, paving his own way. What a way to celebrate. That's unbelievable. Oh, I don't know that we can get it stopped, guys. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What a Oh boy.
Since you've come to the Cup Series, you've done things your own way, and I'm just going to start with this victory celebration. Kind of your own way right here.
Yeah, I feel like every time I've ever, just see the crowd, I never really got to hear them. I've had this thought up for a while, and I've messed it up every which way to not be able to do it. And I don't care if it took 20 minutes or whatever, I was going to figure out how to do it. It took a while. I'm out of breath. But, I'm so thankful. This is the biggest dream I've ever thought of. Thank you, everybody. I couldn't have done it in any better way. Hopefully my grandpa's watch it. I just just my grandma died last year, so I'm so thankful that I can give my grandpa a trophy now, and wish my parents were here. But all thanks to Jeff Dickerson, we wrote the dead day today, that's for sure. And I know we're some heat waves. Everybody's here. I mean, just unbelievable. I'm just so thankful. Thank you.
As you're going down the front stretch, Keenan, you can see the checkered flag in sight. What are you thinking? Are you just hoping that you got the run, or what's going through your mind there?
I posted on Instagram that I didn't really care we were gonna win, and we won. So I'm just so thankful. I knew we were gonna win.
I really did. Carson Hocevar gets his first career victory at Talladega.
NASCAR has a new superstar and fan favorite. Oh my goodness. The Hurricane. It's Talladega. What a victory celebration. Wow.
Watching that car slam against the outside wall, jerking him like he was hanging out the window net just looks silly. But oh man, what a celebration! Unique, one for the ages. Carson Hocevar, career win number 1. I'm sure NASCAR will probably settle him down. I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything like that going forward, unless he maybe is able to learn how to do it in a safer manner. But Carson Hocevar, race win at Talladega. Chris Buescher brings it home in second. Alex Bowman third. Chase Elliott fourth. Zane Smith rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Sixth place was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Ross Chastain in seventh. Austin Cindric eighth. Noah Gragson ninth. Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10. And 11th was Todd Gilliland. 12th for Daniel Suarez. Ty Dillon in 13th, Tyler Reddick 14th, 15th for Denny Hamlin, 16th A.J. Allmendinger, Christopher Bell 17th, Ryan Preece 18th, Austin Dillon 19th, and Shane Van Gisbergen in 20th. Cody Ware 21st, John Hunter Nemechek first car 1 lap down in 22nd, so 21 cars finished on the lead lap today. Eric Jones a lap down in 23rd, 2 laps down for Daniel Dye in 24th, Riley Herbst 25th, 26th, 3 laps down for Connor Zilic, same for Jesse Love in 27th. 28th was Chad Fincham, 6 laps down. 8 laps down for Chase Briscoe in 29th. Joey Gase, 11 laps down, 30th. Brad Keselowski, 22 laps down in 31st. I believe Michael McDowell finished the race 39 laps down in 32nd. Everybody else from 33rd on back DNF today. Josh Berry, 33rd. Ty Gibbs, 34th. William Byron, 35th. Bubba Wallace, 36th. Ryan Blaney, 37th. Cole Custer, 38th. 39th, Joey Logano, and Kyle Larson last in 40th. That is going to be that. Now we will go into the Fantasy League and check out to see who won Talladega. NASCAR KRC Fantasy League. KRC in all capital letters, space capital L on League is the league name if you want to join. KRC League. So spelling down in the chat right there for you. I had Carson Hocevar on my fantasy team today, so that helps a little bit because I had a lot of guys taking out the big one. I felt pretty confident. He didn't get any stage points, but he finished 6th in both races here last season. He was up in contention at Atlanta. He was up in contention at Daytona. Final lap was leading, and I was like, you know what? Maybe Carson Hocevar, and here he is, victory lane here today. Not just the underdog of the race award, but he's going to get the race win too. Brad Keselowski ends up finishing in the second place, I don't know why I was going to say second place position. He was my pick to win the race today. He ends up with the DNF practically. I mean, he did finish, but many laps down. Had some stage points, so they kind of bailed himself out a little bit, but all in all, not the greatest points day. Joey Logano crashed out in that big one as well. Same for Byron. Byron was in the garage, though, so I didn't get a usage or points out of him. Chase Elliott had a good finish up inside the top 10. 4th place finish for Chase Elliott, so top 5, actually. And then Austin Cindric ends up finishing with a top 10 and 8th, so he did come back from a lap down at one point. He ended up missing his pit box under a green flag pit stop all the way back at stage 1. He got trapped a lap down, got back on the lead lap with the cautions throughout the course of the race. I think it took until the final stage before he got back on the lead lap. But Cindric ends up finishing in 8th, so a good comeback for that 2 team here today to salvage a decent points day and kind of help save my fantasy team at least a little bit. Head-to-head matchup, Cindric beat Logano, got 10 points there. Wallace did not beat Buescher. Blaney did not beat Reddick. Preece did not beat Suarez, so I only got 10 bonus points. Enough about me. Now, we're going to go to see who ends up winning the league, because I know it wasn't me. I was 17th with 131 points. Captain Rainbow Warrior with 192 points rounds out the league win at Talladega here today. Herschel Chen with 176 in second. Freaky Fast 4 in third with 173. 169 for the Plow V3 in fourth. And Monster Jam X10 rounds out our top 5 with 167 in fifth. Here's Chris Buescher, who came oh so close today, finishing in second.
this Kroger Jack Link's Ford Mustang into victory lane, and man, it was buzz. But to have the title sponsor on board with us, but Jack Links, and hanging out with Sasquatch all weekend, thought that would have been a cool victory lane photo. But proud of everybody. It was an awesome day, solid execution. It was a good race for us. It really was. It was clean. I'd say probably needed we needed Jones behind us. He was really strong and was giving us excellent runs. And when we lost him, it was just too lonely up there. So yeah, it's excellent job, everybody. I was proud of our group and what we did, and yeah, we've been leading the last 3 times we've been here, I guess. So we're getting closer.
Great day for the 17 team, Jamie.
And a great day for the 48 for Alex Bowman.
Here's Bowman, who finishes third.
This year, Alex, the finishes. It's out for 4 races for Vertigo. This one has got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to be blunt, it just feels good to get out of here without crashing. I'm getting old and don't have much of that left in me, so I'm glad to get out of here clean. And yeah, we had a great Ally 48 Chevy all day. Felt like we played the race the best we could with kind of the situations we were given, and yeah, had good day on pit road. Hendrick Engine Shop did a great job, so glad to get a Chevrolet in victory lane there with the 77. Happy for him. He deserves it for sure. It's a perfect place for him to get his first one. So the Boulevard, do they leave that open tonight? It might burn down with that going on, but yeah, just a good day for us. Excited to turn things around a little bit. Hopefully we can keep that going next week.
I'm told the Boulevard never closes. Go join them.
I gotta go home. One plane already left me here because Kyle went, so I gotta find another ride home. And but yeah, congrats to them. That's really cool.
So thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie.
All right. Hurricane Carson Hocevar wins, and I'm sure the celebration in victory lane is going to be just as good as it was on the front stretch here at Talladega post-victory on the victory lap itself. All right, before we get out of here, we got to go over start times for next weekend's live commentary streams. We are going to be streaming next Friday for the Craftsman Truck Series, and that will be at 8 p.m. Eastern. So 8 p.m. Eastern Friday night, Texas Craftsman Truck Series. That will be the next live commentary stream. Doubleheader on Saturday, and we will start things off at 12:30 p.m. Eastern with the NASCAR O'Reilly the NASCAR Cup Series practice qualifying from Texas Motor Speedway. That'll be 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern for the O'Reilly race at Texas Motor Speedway. And then, last but not least, the NASCAR Cup race next Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern at Texas. Hope to see you for all that. I'll post it in the community tab as we get closer to next weekend. Congratulations again, Carson Hocevar. First career NASCAR Cup Series victory comes right here at Talladega. Hope to see you for the next one. Thanks for watching all weekend long across the ARCA, O'Reilly, and Cup Series races. Hope to see you next week. Have a good rest of your weekend. Have a safe Sunday night, everybody. And I will see you guys next weekend.